Hello. And welcome back to Roll For It, where favorite YouTube streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Today, we are, of course, continuing with our lovely Dungeons & Dragons Ascension campaign, where our intrepid adventurers have gone on quite an adventure, and stuff is occurring. So before we get to that, we're going to go and have a quick... I hesitate to say that. Wait, nope, that's not it. Oh. Have I got a list of things, Bentham?
You don't.
I don't have a list of things to talk about
We had
today,
technical issues today. I was distracted. Oh no.
So...
You do the other gubbins
It's all
first.
on fire.
Roll20, our sponsor, and they are the platform we use to roll dice and maps and tokens and stuff. And I mean, at the end of the last episode, I literally used them to roll the biggest token yet, which was the entire map. The entire map was actually technically a rollable token, so I flipped it over and unveiled a giant rift, which was cunning. That's one way to do it. So yeah, if you want to check out Roll20, you can. We have a link somewhere. It's an affiliate link. It doesn't actually do anything for us, but it makes them happy, so you can do that. And we also have other things that I'm meant to be announcing today.
We have a supporter today.
We have a supporter. Buying you time. Come on.
It's Thunder Cabbage. I was just gonna say it. We're like.
Oh, right. Well, you know, you could have typed it. Thunder Cabbage. Thunder Cabbage. Thank you very much for supporting today's episode and making it possible to blow up Bentham.
No. It's already
If
happened.
Bentham blew up just then, it would have been like perfect time. I'm just saying.
I don't have that. I need to cue that up on the overlay. Just an explosion.
On the overlay?
Or you could also queue up a missile pointed at my home. It's possible.
Yes. There we go. So if you too want to help us be able to afford missiles to point at Benson's home, any other announcements we have?
That's pretty much it. There's going to be Ascension Patreon stuff coming at some point.
There you go. There'll be stuff coming.
When all this mess is over and we stop being an immediate threat of death, there'll be a lot of character sheets of things that we killed. Maybe us too if we died. Who knows?
Especially if you kill yourself. That is also true. So, in which case, if you want us to be able to afford missiles to point at Bentham, you can support us. Bentham, how can you support us?
God damn it. On the Patreon, there's a whole bunch of tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. You can get MP3s, you can get after shows, you can get character sheets, you can get other things from the GM, like enemy stat blocks and cool stuff like that. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins recap the month, just talking about stuff in general. We talk about the shows and go on tangents. You can support an episode every month if you're a legend, like Thunder Cabbage. And you can also take part in a once-monthly one-shot gen by a member of the Roll For It cast if you're a legend too. You can support in other places too. You can do Twitch things. You can subscribe. You can do bits. You can do tips. They all make things happen in the cup. Physics stuff flies around. It's fun. Subscribing gives you immediate VOD access. It also gives you emotes and badges. We read the tips out at the end of the show. And you can also support us on YouTube. You can be a YouTube member, and that gives you emotes and badges over there. Being a YouTube member, Patreon supporter, or Twitch subscriber, or let you join the Discord. We can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about all the things. And you can also just support us by being here and pressing all the buttons and watching and chatting and everything.
Right.
And clipping.
Okay.
Mustn't forget the clipping. We also have a wiki.
We just need like a pamphlet to pass out to people at the start, you know, like with all the things on it.
Just hijack everyone's printers and make it print off a little thing.
Exactly, yeah. Or we could just burn it into their monitors. So every time they turn it on, they see it.
Is monitor burn still a thing these days?
That's good.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot more difficult to do, but it's still a thing.
I had Dragon Ball Z Vegeta imprinted on one of my monitors for my desktop wallpaper. It's really weird.
There you go. I missed the gauze button. E-gauze. Always enjoyed that. Causing things was fun. Anyway, right. Who is desperate need of a inspiration today?
Probably me again. I'll misuse it, as is tradition.
Yeah, it probably
Is
has
it
been them.
inspiration or a reroll?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure last time Benson was like, oh, they're basically the same. That they're actually the same. And then afterwards, he rolled something and was like, can I use my... it's not a reroll, is it? I'm like, no, you bet you wish it was, don't you?
Yeah, it's an extra D20 either way.
Yeah, you're like the closest to the hole, so...
Bentham's gonna need it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Especially if he rolls like last week.
In
Or
which
the week
case...
before. Or actually, the week before that was okay. But the last two, not been good.
I would like you to give me the recap. Make it sufficient, but it has to cover this arc. It can't just be the recap of last episode, because that's just like half a combat. Nobody knows the context.
Okay.
Your
Okay?
best Sean Connery voice.
It's got to be done in this
No.
timer. If it is of C grade and above, you will earn yourself a reroll. Not a reroll, an inspiration. Damn it, Bentham! You've ruined me!
I have already won.
If you A-star it, I'll give you a reroll, put it that way. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
In this arc, the gang have been in downtime in Vahira doing various things that they need to catch up on when an earthquake was detected underground. They investigated, sent some rats down there, and they found that there were new tunnels which suggested it was a still behemoth, most likely the one known as the Clockwork Tyrant. We went down there to investigate. It turned out the Skinface's lair had been destroyed by it, just blasting through a wall. And then while we were in there, a robot spider came along and just stole Arena. Just the whole person, Arena, and all her stuff. So then the gang went in there. Killian just showed up out of nowhere. We signed a contract, probably gonna bite us later. And we went into the still behemoth. We tried to sneak, it went wrong immediately. We battled our way through, used an elevator to get to the control room where Arena was being mind interrogated. There was a big fight, things went really well, then they went really badly. Perrin went down like 2 or 3 times, Skith got paralyzed, it was not a good time, but just through sheer luck and the dice deciding to spare us at the last moment, we managed to claw our way through. Beat this big guy with a gauntlet and a hammer who seems pretty evil, and we also got the key back. But then the orb that is in the middle of the room that was absorbing energy from Arena's key exploded, and now there's a hole, and also Perrin was stood practically in it when it happened, and that's basically where we pick up, is there's a hole and something's in it.
There's a voice talking to it. Right?
There's a gauntlet as well that went into the hole, and the owner of the gauntlet is in the hole. That's it, really.
If you had hit the key with
He
your
did it
sword,
in more than the time. He gets like 5 gold
Yeah.
stars.
This is Bentham at
It's
normal
not
room
about
temperatures.
doing it under the time. You have to do it under the time, but that isn't extra points. It was a very good, I think, it's B plus A minus. You didn't explain enough about the gauntlet. You didn't
We
quite
don't
give
know
context
anything
on the
about
hammer.
the gauntlet. It's just
That's
evil.
fine, but you didn't explain that it was from the hammer guy and who the hammer guy was. Other than
left
that,
out
though,
all
that,
of Skith's
solid.
heroic actions.
All
Like,
of Skith's heroic actions. Also,
my
what the orb
dragon
really was
saving
doing.
the day.
It was
But other
absorbing
than
energy
that-
from the key. I said that's what it was doing.
Yeah, but what, like, the context of the orb beyond that? But yes, other than that,
We don't
I
know
would
anything
say
about this orb. We don't understand
would
it, and
say-
it's also imploded now.
you are on the B plus A minus edge. I would say probably just in the A minus zone. That was very, very good. I'm impressed.
That's what 5 degrees C difference is made.
Yeah, amazing.
This is my
Benson's
brain.
optimal
At,
temperature zone
yeah.
is very much a bell curve.
yeah, this is my brain at 24 C. Last week was my brain at 29 C.
Okay. Well, you earn yourself that inspiration dice.
Nice.
Go for it. That was well earned, well deserved. Right. In which case, I guess, we open literally where we left off in media res. So, You will watch as the gauntlet, still attached to the dead overseer, pulls the body across to kind of a balcony overlooking the orb, points the kind of dead fingers in the gauntlet, and a ray of kind of dark energy hits the orb, which cracks. You see it begin to disintegrate and collapse in on itself, almost like a dying star into a black hole. And then out of it, like a vortex appears, this crackling blue nebulous energy. And I will delete the placeholder.
Your mic is doing some weird stuff.
My mic is being really weird. If I turn it down a little bit, it's not as bad, but it's definitely been worse recently.
I've got a lot of mic problems today.
Yeah, I will just have to give it a kick or something.
Shark is there still.
Yeah.
And he made it bigger.
So, with this crackling, nebulous kind of spins out, arena overlooking is kind of blown back. Your hair kind of stands on end and kind of goes back a bit. Heron is directly in front of it and is actually bowled backwards. Skith, a lot further away, watches from almost safety-ish behind a smoldering turret. But as the gauntlet tears free of the arm, taking the hand inside it mostly with it, and flies down into the portal itself, you hear a voice state quite calmly and with a certain satisfaction. Thank you for getting my glove back. And with that, you see a form begin to emerge as something ducks its head a little bit and steps out. Yes, and I need suitable music.
Classic, uh-oh, why do I hear boss music moment.
Thought we were done killing things.
Either way, Perrin's done.
I think I still have Call Lightning active.
You do.
I guess I've still got haste.
You can always choose to use it at any point. You are technically not in combat right now, so everyone kind of stopped doing anything and is like, is it a good idea to take a hostile action right now?
That is ugly.
I will post the picture for you.
Dude, that's just awesome.
As coming out from this portal, rippling energy coursing around, is this kind of rotund form in this segmented plate armor. Big sculpted pauldron on one arm, bulky but relatively short arm on that one side, and on the other, the arm is clad now in this gauntlet, which is a lot bigger than it used to be, but it's evidently the same gauntlet with the taloned fingers. On the back, little leathery wings that are definitely undersized for it, and its head is mostly kind of cone-like, with jaws much more akin to a shark. Little beady eyes look forwards. I also, as this is happening, the energy is coursing and roiling around. Everyone. So that is Killian, Perrin, and every single dwarf needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
So I'll pop Killian's sheet out.
We should just use the inspiration right now.
It's an option, certainly.
You do you.
We'll just do this. It's fine.
If it's not a good saving throw, maybe.
9.
Same as the reroll, right? Okay. Killian. That microphone is really being annoying today. Did anyone else hear that?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I need to wiggle some cables.
Yeah, if it's
Sounds
going
like
on...
you're plugging a guitar in.
Yeah.
Oh, I have advantage because I'm hasted.
You are. Roll again.
9 again.
You are consistent. Killian, however, definitely owns it. All of the dwarves.
Just let it be a knock prone and nothing else, please.
Oh, I have to do damage before I do their check.
Sounds like damage.
Really does, doesn't it? Okay. 16 points of lightning damage. Perrin?
How much?
16 points of lightning damage.
Balls. I'm down.
I also will say that you also have the chance in this moment, as this thing walks forwards, you feel the hammer, as you're struck by lightning, pulsing around this spinning vortex. The hammer does begin to glow with even more energy. You feel something in it palpably flare with a very strong presence. And you suddenly feel something emanate. And the panel you're standing on, because you're standing on this kind of grated panel, you suddenly feel it get very heavy for a fraction of a second, to the point where it almost dislocates your arm. But it's for a very small fraction of a second before it is again a warhammer. It's heavy, but it's within your total strength to carry. But as you look down, you notice that the panel you're standing on, this grate, it is bent around your feet, like a couple of inches. And there is energy coursing through the hammer. This all happens in the split second that lightning courses towards you. It is still giving you the option to attune to it instantly. And as part of that, it will also allow you to make it your packed weapon. Because normally it would take a short rest to attune to it, and the packed weapon thing is a short rest, I believe. Check that. If it's a long rest, it wouldn't be the same.
I believe it does take an hour to do packed weapon.
That would normally be a short rest, so it would be done at the same time.
Yeah, it takes an hour. Yeah, so that would work.
In which case,
yes, in that moment, then Perrin's like, "What else do I have to lose?" He definitely attempts to unattune from the armor to the hammer.
As you kind of decide to kind of accept the hammer, there is some sort of sentience there. It isn't sentience that is fully aware. It just seems to be able to accept that. It seems to be able to offer you that. And as you try to accept it and choose to drop the armor, you find that the armor is not able to be dropped. You cannot unattune from the armor.
And yeah, there's a moment of bollocks. That's a problem for later, and then Perrin will switch it to swapping for the sword.
Okay. The crystal blade very quickly becomes slightly cumbersome in your hand. And I will now give you the hammer. Also, I'm getting so much crackle right now.
Yeah, it's gotten worse.
So I will give you the hammer, and while you look at it, I'm going to unplug some things on my microphone.
Is that electrical interference from the portal?
Yeah, it's definitely the portal. This is actually... Yeah, this is...
It's weakening the boundaries between realities. It's affecting ours.
I'm glad I'm up on the staircase then.
By the way, as
What are
somebody
you talking
asked,
about? You're in outer space.
I am in outer space, yes.
And as someone in chat asked, I already factored in the fact that I have my my paladin boost to my dex save. My dex save is normally -1. I would have been rolling 5s instead of 9s.
You gonna read it?
Karsari's Lament. Crafted from obsidian and adamantine or calcum alloy, this warhammer hums
I
with a
will
faint vibration.
point out, you don't necessarily need to read it fully out loud, as this is instantly between you and the hammer.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I'll do the italics at least. Crafted from obsidian and adamantine or calcum alloy, this warhammer hums with a faint vibration in the hands of a suitable wielder and is carved with the images of faces screaming for escape. Shall I let the viewers see, or shall I keep it a secret then? We could do it that way.
I mean, the first line seems pretty important too. After that.
The warhammer can only be attuned to by creatures who can fulfill its purpose. Creatures who attempt to pick up or wield what does not wish find it impossibly heavy. The warhammer's weight increases by a factor of 100.
You got Thor's hammer.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't say what its purpose is, though.
That's true, it doesn't.
Of course not.
Apparently, parents.
It looks sick, though.
Parents doing it.
It's at this moment that you are kind of all at once hit by this bolt of lightning. It does take you to 0 HP. However, you do have a choice now that you have the warhammer equipped. It's up to you, though.
Shall I let the viewers see? What do you think?
I think if you wish to activate it,
I'll have to scroll down to it. They'll see everything.
Oh, no. I could describe what will happen if you choose to use it. You don't need to show it.
Okay, I'm popping it out. Sorry, chat.
There are secrets.
Hell.
I don't like the last line of it.
I think
you wish to or not?
Yes.
So, you are struck dead center by this bolt of lightning that flickers around. As it spins, this portal is generating so much static from the nearby control console that it is actually ripping apart in places, and electricity is actually being stripped off of it, and some of this tears out and impacts you. And you are bowled backwards. You go to 0 HP, and there is a horrific burn mark up your chest and down the side of your face. And as Arena looks on, she's hasted, so she sees this kind of in slow motion as Perrin's like... Perrin is still standing. Looks down at the wound and then up. As this creature walks forwards. Perrin, you have the sense that you really should be out of it right now. That your body has been put through something that really, it has gone beyond the capability of withstanding. You should be down, and at the very least, not going through this, but there is intense pain. You can feel the burning sensation of this. And you realize now that part of the reason that your body goes unconscious is to save you from the agony that comes just before death. Or from horrific wounds. Right now, though, you are fully conscious, in control, at 0 HP, and horrifically burned and in pain. But you are capable and still standing. All the others around you, though, I will now make rolls for them. Okay, Killian takes half, which still goes onto the temporary, so Killian mostly just dances backwards out of it. and the creature steps forwards out of the portal. And looks straight at Perrin, who is right in front of it.
Good news, I think I keep my haste. Despite going to 0, I don't think that matters.
It doesn't. It would if you were unconscious, but because you ignore it, you ignore all the factors that would normally auto remove it. You do need to make the Constitution saving throw, but it is DC 10.
It's charisma for this one, right? For the haste.
Oh, so you can't fail it because of your number. Yes. You are still smoking. So we see Perrin horrifically burned, in pain. There's a snarl of pain with a cigar, which is going as this horrifically large creature stands right in front of you that has to step out the portal. It would actually like to step a little bit further forward, so you're actually blocking it. And it kind of goes to step forwards and then realizes you're there. And it looks slightly, fractionally surprised. It's looks at the hammer.
Yes. The swordsman. You slew my previous captor. I should thank you. Kneel. Kneel before your tyrant king.
Perrin's gonna consider his options, and then he's going to kneel.
Okay. You gently kneel down.
To be clear, Perrin isn't like, bowing in servitude to this guy. Perrin is like, how do I not die this second?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Make a death saving throw.
Okay. $13.
Okay. You're kind of gritting yourself through the pain. Looks around. Arena, from where you are, you can see that the two, guardian robots to either side of you are fully standing to attention.
Interesting.
What are you doing right now? Because he is still very much aware as he's looking around, and he's kind of very happy that Perrin has kneeled, and he's kind of taking stock of the situation. Kind of like someone who's just moved into a new apartment,
Arena's trying to figure out how far away Perrin is to her. He's not really 30 feet. He's more than that because of the angle, right? Because he's down.
But he wouldn't be a lot more. It'd be 35 or something.
Yeah, it's just I can't heal him from where I'm at then.
Yeah.
Initially, when he looked like he was gonna die, I think Arena was freaking out, trying to figure out how she could get him back up.
Yeah, the ring right now says he's dead. FYI, the ring is he dead. He's 0.
Oh,
the ring is
but I saw him get up.
0. Oh yeah, you can see that he's also kneeling, and you can see him breathing and stuff. But but the ring is he's at 0. He dead.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in regards to that. There could potentially be this guy's making him still alive. I don't know.
Realize it's a really cool kneel I'm doing right now because I've got a long sword in my right hand and a warhammer in my left.
Oh yeah, he doesn't breathe, so you don't see him breathing, but you can see him he still makes micro movements. He is not stationary as a statue. He is still someone who moves subtly and slightly, but yes, he is also not breathing. So that is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but I responded, I kneeled, I seem to be acting as if I'm alive.
Can I try to stealth and get to Skith?
I mean, there is barely a railing in front of you, so there isn't much to hide behind. He does seem to be aware of you and everything around. You could attempt to, but it does seem that it would be very, very difficult in any way that you are right now. He does seem Like, he can kind of see you on the balcony because you were there taking shots as he walked through, kind of thing.
Okay.
Or just before, effectively. So you were...
And I have the feeling that maybe I should just not move.
That is also a perfectly legit option if you choose to just kind of be like, I won't draw attention to myself. I will stand still. That is also legit. I'm not saying like, what are you doing? As in, you should do something.
Gotcha.
Don't mean that like, as a GM, I'm saying you should do. You could also be like, I am holding an action in case like Perrin gets stabbed by him. I do something. You could say that. Like, you don't have to necessarily.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's kind of where Arena's at right now. It's like she's just trying not to draw attention to herself and kind of looking to where Skith is.
Okay. Skith, what are you doing?
I would like to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Which will drop my call lightning, but that only lasts for 10 minutes, and if there's any dialogue, that'll go quickly anyway, so...
Okay. You drop call lightning, and you up invisibility. Okay.
Defensive position.
Any movement?
I assume that I can't see the giant monster mans from here, right? I can just hear the voice booming out.
Yeah, you can't really see him.
Electricity, like sparking around. So like, yeah, I mean, I would move to a spot where I could kind of try to see what's going on. So I guess here.
Okay. As you get there, you and the rest of them now feel it. As he really steps fully from the portal and flexes the wings, there is a palpable sense of fear and dread, incredibly powerful, that washes over the area. And Perrin, you actually really feel the like, yeah, staying on this knee is a good idea. There is a powerful sense that comes with this being of supplication. I'm also going to roll for the one dwarf who lived. Because that one dwarf is still there. Oh. So that dwarf rolled really high. And so you'll hear a shout in Dwarvish, which the two of you, I don't think Skith speaks Dwarvish, but the other two of you hear corruption in the machine! You will be purged! And it raises its war pick. And just really casually, the creature just raises the gauntlet, one finger, and just curls it. And as the dwarf just takes one step with the war pick, the guardian who was standing to attention just brings the halberd down and heads it.
Question.
Interesting modifications.
Yep.
He said interesting modifications? Is that what he said?
And with your passive perception, you can see that the gauntlet still has kind of the tubes and dials and stuff that seem kind of steampunky and fitting with the aesthetic of the steel behemoth. What was your question?
We haven't seen a creature like this or anything like that ever in any history books or anything like that.
Make a religion roll. Or Arcana. Religion would be slightly easier.
Does it sound like a creature we've heard before? Or the Skith in particular?
No.
Okay.
14.
14.
I mean, the closest you'd think is some kind of demon or devil, but not one that you recognize in particular. No, not a type.
You said Parent freed him, though, right?
Now, you
Points up to Arena. The only other person left alive.
Arena
after
holds her
Killian.
breath.
You come down. You can go. Holds the hand out.
In Killian's direction, splayed. Killian has to make a charisma saving throw. And you just see Killian thrown back about 2 feet, shrink a little bit, and disappear. As if flung through kind of an invisible wall.
Okay.
But while that happens, you hear Killian go, "You got Arena, our contract's fulfilled!"
Arena will start walking down the stairs towards him. As I pass the golem, it doesn't attack me or anything, right?
Nope. It actually walks down in front of you and then kind of takes station. It will actually take station here. It's facing away. It's facing towards the lift. And the other one will actually join it. No, actually, it will head up. It heads up towards the back. You can't really see it through the crackling aurora, but Skith can. It heads up towards the back where the Overseer came from. Both of them are not looking in your direction. They aren't seeming to care about you guys. They're covering the entrances.
Yeah, she stands at the entranceway before the staircase because it looks like stuff's getting sucked into this hole, right?
Stuff's not getting sucked in. It's not.
Oh, it's like stopped
pushing
now.
Stuff in. Stuff is coming out, if anything.
Oh.
You see occasionally bits of dust, like barren kind of sand, occasionally bits of pebble. Kind
Sand and pebble.
very faint and occasionally. You get it because you pass perception.
Sand.
A lot of it is being like destroyed by the crackling lightning, but occasionally some does. Some of it is actually comes out as vitrified glass because of the actual like lightning striking hitting it. And then occasionally you see kind of chips of obsidian, and then like a little bit of like a flake of bone or whatever. But it is some detritus building up.
Yes, waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Perfect. Just like it should be to a good tyrant. Yes, would be perfect for my court. Yes, I can see the smell around here. You
Looks down again at Perrin.
You have its touch, the touch of the end. You do not serve Thunderbow. You are an anomaly, and she. I do not recognize what she serves. Whatever she serves. Whatever she serves is new. Something has changed since I was last here. You should be interesting for my court.
How long ago were you last here?
Make a death saving throw.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's a dirty 20. I thought it was a nat 20 for a second. I was
Oh,
hyped.
sorry.
I mean, a success is a success. I'll take it.
Skith, what are you doing? And you can also be like doing a active perception check or like an active study or something if that's what you wish. Or like you can be stealthing and moving around.
Is it going to take up time or my action or my ability to move or do something if I liquidate spell slots into sorcery points?
Normally you can do that as a bonus action, so no, you can do that at the same time as doing other stuff.
In addition.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to go ahead and do that. I would like to liquidate a level 3 and a level 2 spell to get 5 points back. So I'll mark those off. And then yeah, I guess I'll give myself a 4th level slot, a spell. So I'll use 4 points and I'll have 1 left, which I can't use.
I'll say that is currently like 2 liquidates and a create is kind of everything you're doing right now as you're kind of quickly channeling the magic back and forth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to consolidate for an emergency situation here.
Well, how long? Time is the judge from where I have been. Do not ask questions of me. I am your master now, boy.
With that, he will, to teach you a lesson, just kind of place a big foot onto your chest and like kick you back onto your back. You would take a minor amount of damage. He's not attempting to damage his new toy, but the damage doesn't matter. You fail a death saving throw. Because you are not unconscious, it is not a crit, therefore it is not 2 death saving throws, but it is 1.
That puts me in the danger zone though. Now if I roll a nat 1, I die.
Unfortunately it does.
Yeah, can Arena heal him? I think Arena's going to ask out loud.
I can heal me, but I've not yet.
Oh, no. In this situation, you cannot confer, and Arena may have legitimate decisions to make right now. So this guy can like very much hear and see, and like if Arena wants to make a question, totally.
I mean, Arena knows Perrin can heal himself, but he's clearly not, and she's not understanding why not.
And he's also in a very different position to the one Arena's in, so it might be legitimate. If Arena wants to ask something, she can.
Yeah, she's kind of like nervously standing there.
There is a natural pause in the conversation as he seems to have made his point to Perrin, and is like then snarling and smiling like kind of a big blob of drool kind of the side of the face and kind of next to Perrin.
Lovely. I think Arena just kind of could I heal my friend?
Ren.
Arena, make a persuasion check.
Oh no. Well, this is probably not healing you. Nope, 7.
The DC was 5.
Oh.
Because
yes, he has learned his lesson. He is of no use to me. Dead just yet. You will be the beginning of my court. Yes, heal him.
Right. And who wants a dead court?
Arena says like super nervously and
of many uses.
Right.
And she
Little healing. If you heal him more, I will make sure that you do not heal him ever again. I do not wish for you to get ideas at this stage, but I do not wish him to die just yet.
Okay. She'll step forward and just inject him with a little cure wounds.
All right. As you walk up with a syringe, again, the giant thing looks a little bit curious and actually kind of like leans in a little bit like, what the hell? That's because it's still running off the int modifier currently, and it actually was prepared with the 5. That's actually 7. So, Perrin, you actually have 7 HP.
Yeah, sorry.
Yay, I'm alive.
It's a little wonky.
Okay. Also, the hastes will run out at this point, and both of you will kind of cigar. Poof, and there's a little bit of like red confetti goes, ah! Which is really ruining the scene, and the thing's like, and both of you go, wah, as you like the lethargy kicks in.
I'm already on the floor, right, as it is now.
Yeah.
So I'm just bleh.
Seeing the lethargy, kind of the thing, like, raises the gauntlet, begins, like, turning it and doing something. Sketh, what are you doing?
I'll, gonna start trying to walk towards them in case I need to do something here.
Okay, make a stealth roll.
Oh, do I get advantage for being invisible?
Yes, so roll again.
Hey, that's better.
Okay. Keeps moving the gauntlet around. You keep walking.
Can I go more than my 30 feet?
Yeah.
My turn movement?
Yeah.
All right.
Outside combat, so like turns are a little bit extended, not so.
Yeah, I'll watch from down here for now, in range of everybody. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm just observing right now, trying to.
Get up, both of
Yeah.
you. Feel free to kneel. You on this side, and you on this side.
I like this guy.
Yes. My
Are we-
new minions are making this home ready.
He wants us to go on his side, on each side of him.
He gestures like basically 5 foot on Perrin's like here and here. He gestures for Arena to be there because you're still standing, and Perrin to be there because Perrin's lying down.
Arena will say before. I know. I'm she's cutting it with this guy.
Your army could be bigger. I have a pet, but I need to help him get up.
Make a persuasion check.
All this is happening, Perrin's getting to his feet, but it's happening very slowly. He's struggling.
Okay.
Oh no, 2. I'm so bad at.
I think not. But I've seen how your pet works through other eyes. To be the perfect addition to my clockwork construct now.
So is that a yes or a no?
Wait there.
He indicates
Arena
the spot.
stays. Okay, she goes to the spot then. Is it
Okay.
here?
One up. There you go. He walks forwards. Walks up to Corvidbot.
Let us see what the minds of mortals have achieved.
Sticks the gauntlet's claws into Corvidbot's damaged cranial section. I need Corvibot to make a wisdom saving throw. Actually, it's an intelligence saving throw. Sorry about that.
Dang, wisdom's better for him. 7. That's with like a -3. That's not bad for a -3.
Fine. You see, waits there for a little bit, and then.
What a marvelous contraption. You say that it is yours. Did you find it or did you make it?
Arena contemplates lying to this thing, but is not sure if they should.
Both?
Interesting. Yeah. I look forward to you making more in my service. As you watch.
As Corvidbot begins to rise. Corvidbot, damaged, broken, does seem to heal a little bit. And then goes to guard the door.
Arena will look at Perrin like, what the fudge?
Are you going to kneel or are you just going to stand there?
Says directly to Skith as one hand comes down on your shoulder.
Well, I do prefer to stand. You're only supposed to kneel to those you serve, right? I've already committed to another one.
Hand
begins to kind of slight smoke begins to come off from the hand.
Of course. But that is strange. Of course our champion would be here. On my release. But why has she not shut down the rift? Where is she? And why are you not fighting me? Is she so low now that she sends a mere apprentice in her wake? No, a bond to you will be severed and you will be mine now. Come, you will join your friends.
Perrin from his kneeling position looks at this rift.
I mean, I'll drop invisibility out of courtesy since he can already see me.
It doesn't seem to affect any way that his eyes seem to lock onto you. It's sorry, I just remembered your passive perception. Cool, yeah, he's still looking at you.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna say that I wish I could answer such questions, but I am but a humble servant, and well, if it is you that you wish me to serve, Then I suppose I will accept the consequences. And my destiny perhaps will end today. But I wish you no harm, and I have not been instructed to try and deter you in any way.
She may have picked some mere neophytes, but she picked one with spunk for brains. You will serve me. I cannot, even if I have to pick out your spine, piece by piece, and beat you with it. Come.
He will attempt to just pull you. You may attempt to resist said grapple.
I mean, I'll let him drag me. That's fine. I'm not gonna resist, but I'm not gonna willingly kneel. So.
Bloop. Bloop. Okay. Once he gets there, he puts a hand on your shoulder and then thinks again.
I would have the gnome do it. I am interested to see what she can do. She thinks of new power. I can smell it on her. But you, whatever you are, you big servant of Tyrant, you make him kneel, or I will make sure he kneels forever.
I'm gonna look over and at Skiz and just like just like nod.
You're telling Tyrant to make me kneel?
Yes. How much fun this shall be. You do not have long. Do not draw this out to make him kneel.
Just do it.
Well, I am feeling a little tired. Maybe I should take a rest. Then I'll slouch to my knees.
Yes. I see who is in charge here. Yes. Perfect. Perrin, tell me, who's in charge here?
You're in charge.
Perfect. The rift shall remain stable for a while longer. Once I have some of my brood through, you will help me secure this behemoth. Then I will have a steed of iron, with which I will ride this world.
Oh joy. Who's this friend?
Yes. Reporting. I just learned of the rift, Tyrant King. What do you wish? It has been long since I have slain the foes of Tyrant. I shall bring the end to them. secure the entrances. I have control of the clockwork. Denizens of this place. They slaughter the fleshlings. As we talk, these three will sever soon. Yes, yes.
This one has like a full top head helmet, top breast kind of segmented scale with pauldrons, two short swords that it spins occasionally, sheaves, spins, sheaves, very, very fast, and little wings that just out. Almost the same size as the big one, so they're actually kind of on scale in this guy. And constantly is dripping with a kind of thick, oily tar-like substance. And it begins to fly. Very agile. And darting from flap to flap over to the lift shaft. And then kind of just out.
So, tell me more. What has transpired since... The War of Death. The War of Ends. The betrayal.
Do you speak of the Dawn War?
If that is what they call it now.
Well, the Divine Ban was broken and reforged. In
Divine Ban.
after
Why?
time, perhaps.
Why would there be a divine? Those words are an anathema. Why would any power, such as divinity, be banned? That makes no sense. You talk in riddles and nonsense. I will talk to the one who had spine, if not sense. You, the blue-skinned, scaled lizard.
Well, Perrin is, more enthusiastic about his history lessons than I am, but I am well versed in
I do not wish
history.
Enthusiasm. That is fun. I do not wish for you to have fun. I wish for you to give me what happened. What transpired after.
Well, all we know is that many centuries have passed, so I'm sure we've lost many details, but well, most creations such as Arena's mechanical friend over there, well, they aren't allowed anymore. We've been told that most technology.
What is this technology? You are missing out parts of this. You, small of body but big of brain. What transpired immediately after this Dawn War?
I would be bigger of brain if I could grab my... It's okay.
She's like pointing at the creature that's got her headband. And she's like,
Well, how far before do you want to go back? Like 800 years ago? I wasn't born then.
What are you? I know gnome, but I know such things because of the wielder of my gauntlet and the knowledge of this contraption.
All right,
When were you made?
When was I made? Like, when was I born?
I do not care for the day that you popped out of some orifice. When was your species devised and placed upon this plane?
Well, if you're talking about the fact that I am an artificer?
What? You are useless.
Would Perrin
Yes, she's not the one you should be talking to for information.
Would Perrin know about the creation of gnomes? Is that something that is part of, like, ancient history?
It is history. It's, I'll make a history check if you want to know.
Okay, because I know. Well, let's hope this works. Nat 1. Never mind. Perrin doesn't
You come out
know.
holes in the ground. You don't.
God damn it! I was gonna turn this around.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're looking at, and I appreciate it, but no.
I kept you around partly for knowledge and color. These constructs, this thing, the knowledge it has is rudimentary. It is also very young. You are younger, but you have lineage. You have ancestors. You value such things as memories and families. You should have been of use, but if you shall not be of use, I have been hungry for a long time.
I can tell you of the gods. Where they stand now.
You betrayers. Yes. Tell me, why is Mystra weak? Why did she not oppose me?
She was attacked by mortals. They used the power of technology, something they developed within the last few thousand years.
Yes.
The gods are all gone. They are not among us.
They separated themselves from this plane. The divine ban is a rule by which they don't directly interfere.
You mean I'm unopposed on this plane?
Are you some type of god as well?
You may call me as such, but no, I am no betrayer. I do not go back on my word like they do. I will not seek to undo the cycle.
Perhaps you can share a name with us if we are indeed
I am your
supposed
king.
to serve you.
I am the Tyrant King. I subverted this clockwork construct you named the Steel Behemoth. I subverted its overseer. I laid my gauntlet when I was imprisoned. I managed to hide it from the eyes of your Mystra when she scourged this world of all proof of my god. I have lain in wait for a long time. That is what you need to know to serve me. I am your Tyrant King. You have been of use. Very much so. If I am unopposed, if I Do not expect Dawn to walk in any moment, wielding power. I do not expect to have to face down the might of Mystra.
Well, there are those who may oppose you. Look over at Perrin, like, well, you see there are these towers.
Yes.
And each one has a champion or herald of its own. And they are also very powerful beings. There's one in particular named the Empress. Oh, and yes, Sir Gallant, he serves her as well.
You are manipulating.
I am being extremely truthful.
You are, but you are manipulating. So it
I'm
is
just...
deception. You are deceiving to hide your motivations, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he will care if he sees through it. So it's deception to hide your motivation, but the rest is still true. And I'll say you have advantage on the deception roll.
Okay.
Because there is so much truth in there.
Oh, God.
Why? You know what? I got one sorcery point left. I'll re-roll it.
You can.
I don't think I may as well try. That's better. That's better.
Okay.
That point did come in handy after all.
They are powerful, yes. But you have your own agenda against them.
Well, I will say Sir Gallant is rather rude.
Yes. I do not care about being rude. But I know that you have your own machinations against them. And I will use that to my advantage now. But you speak truth about their power. You have indeed been useful. You just needed the proper motivation. Then I guess I will not be eating one of you as I planned. It's a shame. I was interested to see what gnome tasted like.
Oh, not good. We don't have enough meat to be good tasting.
Have you never had an hors d'oeuvre?
She's older than she looks.
A fine wine.
She just
Elf
gulps.
flesh is the best.
Well, if it is alcoholic persuasions you wish, we can assist in that as well.
Your alcohol is nothing to me. It is purse. But we have talked enough. We will talk more when you are done with your task.
Okay. I need everyone to make me wisdom saving throws. Skiff is in range of... Skiff's in range of Perrin.
Okay.
Are we both or just Skith?
No, just Skith.
Okay. Is this a magic effect?
It is.
Okay.
17.
Oh my gosh, 5.
Cool.
Go. Seek out all of the remaining creatures of flesh in this steel bear. Slaughter them down to the last one. Then, when you are done, come back and report to me. We will speak more.
Are we allowed a moment
You
to
all
rest?
fail. And immediately... If it's
What was
okay
that?
with you,
We didn't hear you.
you
We
all
decided.
fail. And you immediately hop to it. If it's okay with you, I'm going to briefly montage and cut to an end, and I'll have you make a couple of rolls to save going through it.
Oh, lordy. All right.
Okay?
Should have banished myself.
18
Am I able to
wasn't
pick up
enough.
my stuff and then go?
He does
No.
not. You immediately leave.
Okay.
So, make, as part of this, an attack roll. If you're Skith, you can make that a spell casting to hit roll, like if you were casting Firebolt or something.
Okay.
Okay, make a Constitution roll and then add a hit dice of any size. You don't spend the hit dice, but you may roll a hit dice and add the number to it. Not a con save, but a Constitution roll.
Oh.
Add a hit dice.
God, I'm doing terribly.
Well, Arena still gets... Oh, that's actually a con save on Arena. So, Arena, what's your...
I made another one. I made a Constitution roll, which was
Okay.
15.
So that's 16 in total then for Arena. Perrin gets a 13. Skith gets...
Saved by the die.
Shouldn't have the +1. It should just be the D6.
Yeah, I don't know why it plus.
D6, so it was a 2 plus 20. So, okay. And you may roll one skill that you think would be suitable for hunting down and killing off all of the Duragar in the Clockwork Behemoth.
I could do survival, but I could also do athletics.
Both of those would be suitable.
I'll do athletics. God, my rolls. I mean, that's probably good that I'm flubbing it so much because I think I'm slaughtering the good guys, as it turns out, though it's really mixed.
Okay. And Arena, what are you going to roll?
I'm not sure. It's the best for me here. What is this exact, like?
Is a skill related to, like, finding or related to fighting or, like, defeating the last remaining Duragar aboard?
I'm good
the
at
Steel
finding,
Behemoth?
so maybe like investigation type of thing. if you
Investigation
allow.
would be good. You
If
could
you'd
use that.
allow.
It'd be a good way to be like, right, where would the last survivors be
Instead.
hiding out?
Yeah, because I think that doesn't make sense for her to do athletics or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
20.
Okay. So,
I'm very helpful.
if everyone is okay with kind of a mind-controlled the younglings moment, if not, I'll abstract it more. It is still
I'm
abstracted.
fine with it.
You're okay with that?
I'm okay
we
with it.
slaughtered them coming in here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Skith did Arcana and did pretty well. So in amongst the fighting, as you're fighting alongside all of those clockwork, centurion, kind of guardian things, the sentinels, you're fighting alongside them. And they kind of follow along, helping you, covering you. Skith, with the Arcana, you begin occasionally charging them up, carefully channeling your Shocking Grasp at a kind of lower level and occasionally recharging them rather than actually blowing the circuits. Occasionally frying the Jurigar that come out. Arena, with the excellent investigation, you suddenly kind of twig at one point why there is heavy resistance in one place, but it seems to be actually a few veteran Jurigar, because they're trying to draw attention away from the more novice Jurigar in another portion, and you quickly kind of reroute people around and hunt down the rest who are in a different section. Perrin, you go unconscious, and it's a couple of times. You rolled really badly. Whatever it is, that hammer is actually kind of fighting against you a little bit right now, and it just seems to be refusing to give you the bonuses associated with it. And so every time you swing, every time you go to parry, it just is acting a bit slower, and that weight keeps coming back occasionally. Because of that, someone's going to need to spend whatever it is to heal you twice. It can be any healing resource, but there will need to be something spent to heal Perrin twice. It could be the syringes, it could be arcane jolts, it could be healing potions, it could be cure wounds, but something will need to be spent to heal Perrin twice as part of this.
How are we for syringes?
Not very many, I don't think. Let me see. 3 left. Oh no, sorry. 8. I'm good on syringes.
Oh, yeah, no, go spend those then.
Okay. And then roll a syringe, because that'll be the last syringe used on him, and then Perrin's HP will be whatever the last syringe rolled is. So it'll be plus... So it's 6, because it's plus the...
I mean, that's only 1 less than I had before.
Okay. However, there is an amusing thing that comes out of this. Because you are delayed, as you get to like the final section, the very kind of bowels of the Steel Behemoth, where the very last bit is, and you're slowed down, as you kind of go to the very final bit, you've been pushing and fighting for 24 hours solid. I need everyone to make me a Constitution saving throw. You would not be inside of the range of Perrin for this. This is
9.
over the course of the thing. The Bless would kick off at this point, so it would be gone. So it would be the 19. So Skith would pass, Arena would pass, Perrin. Jesus, Perrin. That...
it's such mixed feelings, sense. Because I'm failing at, murder that I didn't want to do. So that's good, but also I'm failing, which is it just feels bad.
So this also strangely will help you in a way. Firstly, Skith and Arena both do not get the point of exhaustion for being tired, but you are very tired. You just aren't exhausted. And you are happily swinging away, shooting, fighting, etc. Perrin, that hammer is so heavy. You take the point of exhaustion.
All right.
And the fighting is so slow and laborious that as you get to the engine room, 24 hours has elapsed. And all of you suddenly come to your senses, surrounded by the few remaining guardians. You can hear the fighting and dying and screaming and the occasional explosion as like a robot is destroyed. But because Perrin did so poorly and then slowed down because of the exhaustion, you didn't finish completely wiping out everyone before the spell elapsed. And you find yourselves in amongst a small squad, suddenly very aware and like, wait, why were we doing that? You are tired. One of you is exhausted. but you are now fully aware, and there is no sign of the big bad guy who you're meant to report to because the spell ended before you reported. This is probably a good point to go to a break, slightly earlier than usual, because otherwise we're going to go into, holy shit, what do we do? And I think you'll start rapidly escalating from there. So, good time to go to a break will be 8 minutes, then we'll continue on.
All right, see you after the break.
Wasteland back.
So, going really well right now. Absolutely fine.
Well, you still wasn't innocent people you made us murder. I mean, like, helpless maybe? Like, not being able to defend themselves, but not innocent.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't quite the younglings or anything like that.
Yeah,
But,
we
Yeah, it
killed them
wasn't
on our way in
children.
here. We've now discovered that maybe we weren't supposed to, but it's too late now.
They stole Arena and our goodies.
They did.
They had it coming. Okay? And they were working with Masha, or at least she had it on her cube, this location. So she had been
We made
here,
assumptions.
at least.
That awkward moment when you defeat the new Dawn and you unleash a denizen of Tharsden?
The newer
panic,
Dawn?
Fear? This
The
is
newest
old
of
Dawn.
Dawns.
Yep, the very newest of Dawns.
The old guard. The old Tyrant.
Yep. Alright, Perrin, let me get you in position.
There's so much confusion happening, and 24 hours of murdering has not helped.
Yeah, you're exhausted, which means like all your rolls are at disadvantage. Not all of them, but
No, just ability checks.
Like, I can
which also means
attack
initiative.
things fine, but that's about it.
If you roll well, Mister,
yeah, I mean,
I can't attack the
Theoretically,
younglings.
I can attack things fine.
Please,
Hammer
sir,
said no.
let us rest. Before you put us back in the coal mines, get the black lung. Please, sir. Just a little rest.
Maybe if we serve him long enough, he'll send us on an away mission.
He's gonna make us like farm lava or something. Something really tedious, and Skith's not gonna like it.
There's gonna be like a 6-month time skip where we just live in this machine.
I mean, that
Turns
is
out
one
like
of
a
the options if
beard.
it keeps going.
Oh yeah.
we just become demon people.
Just let me rest. I'll fight him and die. If he kills me, I'm
The
going to my
darkest
tree.
timeline.
Maybe.
Okay, in which case, I believe... Let me just check. I've had to do some quick map stuff.
Bastards gave me the same sliver, y'all. Set.
This is the darkest timeline, and in the end, we are the ones fighting Gatton and them.
Yeah. All the bad guys.
We're the
Oh.
baddies.
Oh god.
All of my role plays are the darkest timeline. So, well, the two I've been in. I guess heroism wasn't. That was just silly fun.
Okay.
Yeah. I was the baddie in that one.
That was a plot twist.
Music is this. So, as you find yourselves with full control, you're in a small group. Most of the rest have kind of fanned out as the actual resistance is much more diffuse. Like, very small pockets remain, most of them aren't that strong. It's the three of you, along with one guardian and two little of the much smaller kind of sentinels, making your way through the underbelly near to some of the mining apparatus. As you come to, what do you do? It doesn't need to be fight. I'm just saying, you can choose what to do now.
I think there's a moment where Perrin comes to and sort of realizes where he is and what's going on, and after glancing around is just gonna put his head back down and play along.
Arena, I think, similarly, but is not as good at playing along. Will try to attempt to do that, but I think you see a tear roll down her eyes because she did not want to do that.
Yep. Okay, and Skith?
I guess Skith will begin internally praying to Mistra and saying that she may have not chosen the wisest champion, but he's doing his best. And tough situation, so.
Is this my Mr. Voice? No. Oh, whoops. I think I overrode my Mr. Voice with my hello, I'm evil voice, so I don't have my Mr. Voice today.
Sorry.
So a little bit of guidance might go a long way.
Yeah. Bear that in mind. Maybe ask that later in your prayers. Okay. So, everyone make performance checks as you perform as if you're like, yes, we will go kill the younglings.
Not bad for me. 15. I'll take it. Could be worse.
If I
11.
use my inspiration, does it go from disadvantage to flat?
It does.
Yeah, let's do that. 17.
17. Okay. The robots will judge you. Nine. They continue on with you. Perrin being the melee, kind of having taken the lead so far and being knocked down repeatedly. You do definitely feel now your intentions change. Hammer is back to being its normal weight.
Would it be sort of in character to false life to boost my health and make me more resilient for murdering the innocents?
You'd have done it before every fight so far because it would have helped you fight better, yes.
Okay, so do I just have 8 temp hit points?
You'd have had 8.
Okay, that's good. That's a little bit of a buffer.
Okay, so if you continue on, you will be pulled as a group forwards. Ow. Oh god, why is this happening? To this door.
This thing in the middle of this room, does it look like anything of note?
Make an intelligence roll.
Is this a disadvantage because of exhaustion?
Yes.
Okay.
It's really bright. It kind of hurts your head to look at.
Big shiny orb room. Gotta have one.
It's like, ow. Oh, no. It looks very bright. Oof.
I've been knocked unconscious too many times 24 hours of being awake ago to know what this orb does.
You're pretty sure that you should be going to, like, the emergency department. Like, you've been hit on the head so many times, you're pretty sure that you need, like, just...
It's not, like, magical, right? Like, I can't Arcana... It's not a magical Arcana thing, right?
You could roll Arcana, but you'd have to investigate it properly. I mean, at a glance, there might be something magical going on.
I feel like I can't investigate because that's something where I kind of have to like poke around.
And Arcana is again what you know based on what you can observe. Like you could make a perception roll to see if you could observe enough to know something, but this is at a glance as you're going past. If you do stop to investigate it, that would be out of character. 9. Not really able to glance enough.
Did I use all my stored healing things? Is that what we were saying?
What? No,
I still have 7. Okay, I just used that one.
No, you used 2, so you should be done 6.
Okay, 6.
I thought it was 2.
I just want to make sure. Can I heal Perrin more?
Yeah, it would make sense before a fight.
Okay. How many would you like?
It's up to you.
I have 6, so.
Are these all with 2 extra still than what the number is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a prep beforehand?
Okay, I'll have the extra 2. You don't have to use them all. You can just use some. I mean, these fights are probably relatively low stakes because.
Oh, Arena, with your past perception and with your knowledge of tech, Tinker's tools, intelligence, And the fact that throughout recently, you'll have been aware that there have been cameras around, and some of those cameras have been occasionally used to direct, and you will have, as part of your investigation check, been using them to find people. You'll note that this panel here does have the ability to see some of the cameras nearby if you can get into the local system.
Okay. Arena will say,
Anyone else want any healing?
The robots kind of stop, and the constructs kind of just pause.
Perrin or Skith, you want any more?
I got 16 health, so I mean, you can.
Yeah, I can give you.
Yeah. I also have a potion, but I don't know if I should be.
You added the
8.
extra for the ones that I gave you, right?
Yeah, I added an extra 2 for both the ones.
Give yourself 2 extra. Skith.
I'm just gonna hold on to that potion. 2 more HP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whenever it rolls, it'll add automatically, but you got to put 2 more on because they're acting as if. He explained it before.
Yeah. Arena will be like, any more? To Skith.
I mean, maybe
I have
like
3
one
left.
more.
You
Like
got one more?
more.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna fight, but oh god, that's so bad.
+6.
Give yourself 2 more for that. All right, and then I think Arena kind of like looks at the robot guys, and she's like gonna slowly make her way to this panel, and as she does that, she's gonna be like,
Over here. I think that this will control the cameras. Maybe we could find if there's more people.
One of them kind of
should-
takes a few steps near you, but then just kind of waits. You don't really know if it's actually guarding you or guarding you. Like,
Okay.
it could be watching you or it could be protecting you. So,
insight check to know the difference.
yeah, it would be possible.
I'm like a robot aficionado, right? Maybe no 9.
9. Also would really tell.
Okay.
Very difficult.
I'm about to just start blowing these things up.
If you wish to try and get in, as you try and like open up bits of the console to try and actually pull up some of the actual scrying eyes that are placed around these cameras, someone is trying to block you locally. Like someone nearby is trying to prevent you doing so. So you will need to attempt to make it's effectively gonna be a contested intelligence tinkerer's tool roll.
Okay. Arena's gonna put her hand up and she's gonna be like,
I just need to get out my tool.
and she shows the tool. So
You pull the
use the
tool
tool.
out and
Yeah.
plugs in and
what attribute would you like
Int.
this to be? Int. And normal or advantage?
normal.
20.
Even with an 8.
I know.
And suddenly you can see, while you're at that console, but only while you're at the console. And I'm going to enable this for Arena only. So Arena, you're going to have to describe this to other people.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
In theory, you should be able to see a whole bunch now, right?
I can see little quadrants.
Yeah.
That's okay. Arena will point like where the
Anyone else who is at the console can see it, so you can ask people to come over, but if they leave the console, they won't be able to see anything.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes more sense for her to be like,
If you come over here, you can see there's one more here, and in the room right to the across from this panel, and then there's a hallway right in front of where you guys are at, and down to the hallway on the right. It looks like it goes into another room, and there are some other things in there.
a big turbine? I don't know. What is that thing? Engine?
It looks like some sort of turbine type thing. You having seen parts of the bear moth before, you're pretty sure this is effectively a grinder. It is where bits of rock go to be ground and then taken out. You all go and crowd around the monitor to have a look?
Yeah, for the benefit of the viewers, I will have a look at the cameras.
There do appear to be more panels like this in some of the other rooms as well.
And with a 20, you also don't alert someone that you've managed to actually get in, so they don't seem to be trying to shut down the cameras.
Is there any way for me to like type something or something so only parent can see it?
That would be a slight hand roll.
I feel like I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
And
What does it say?
it just says, I know. I'm assuming these consoles are in like Dwarvish or something.
Dwarfish
And
and
then
Undercommon.
she deletes it after she types it.
You see, I know very quickly get deleted, but it is there. Constructs don't seem to act differently.
Perrin's gonna like lean in and look at the cameras, and then's gonna nod to Arena.
So he's also... Arena has confirmation that he also is not mind controlled right now. She's going to kind of look up and like point again at something else, but as she's doing that, look to Perrin and be like, kind of like, are we gonna fight them or are we gonna keep going with this? Like,
Should we go to this one or that one?
Perrin will point to the one where we can't see people. Maybe there. Lots of blind spots.
Arena nods and looks back at everybody else and is like,
All right. Well, we know where to go to find more of them.
Make a deception roll.
she's gonna follow Perrin.
As you, having looked at the information, you wish to deceive.
We do know, but it's the truth. We do know where to find more of them. It's not a lie, but my intentions. I'm not good at this. 9.
They follow you. Natural 1.
Oh my gosh.
They completely take your lead here. So you're going to the one where you can't see anyone.
That's what Perrin said. Arena's following Perrin.
Okay.
So you guide us where you want to go.
Really, that was just signaling, because honestly, I don't know how the doors here work.
Oh. Can I try to unlock the doors or are the doors not locked?
Well, that door is now open because it just got opened, but some of them are locked,
okay.
some of them are not. This, again, uses the knock plugin that we've used before. You can always click the button to kind of show doors and see which are locked or not.
I did
It's
do
not
that.
really
Nothing
doing
popped up for
anything
me.
for me.
Okay, because I've been having problems with it, so it seems that I will need to try and do something with that script. Okay, great. In which case, which door would you like to inquire about? And I will do it the old-fashioned way.
Which one did you want to go through, Perrin?
The door out of here to the east is locked. The door to the south is unlocked.
Oh, okay. So we can't go to that large corridor.
This one?
Let's try the north door.
What, the one with the laser beams? No.
Oh, are those laser beams?
Yes.
It could have just been decoration. I don't know.
Yes, the decorative light beams. Do you wish to put your hand through the decorative light beam?
I could try to see if I can stop those. Maybe from the panel.
We can't get through that door in the first place.
I could try to
You forget
unlock
you
it.
have like a master locksmith with you again.
Yeah, I can try to unlock it. If this is the one you want to go through.
Now, I think we can try the north door.
Okay.
Okay, the north door is unlocked. The robot had just walked up to it, unlocked it before you looked at the panel, like, let's go check the panel. So they will continue through it, happily. Okay, everyone's going?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Fred's gonna keep going past this door on the left.
How did that one die? We're just getting here.
That's a good point. Yeah, like this dead one here. How did it die?
Can
At
I
a
examine it?
glance? Do you want to take time to examine it?
I mean, if they ask.
So far, they haven't really cared how they died, provided they're dead.
Okay, fair.
But at a glance, a good perception roll might give you enough information with a passive medicine. Does anyone have medicine?
Not checked.
Okay. What is people's wisdom scores? Just flat? What's your wisdom?
Like 10,
One.
I guess.
Oh, 13.
If you mean the modifier, then
10, 13, and bad. Okay, so one of you has a 10 and one of you has an 11 as your passive medicines. I'm not even going to try Skith for passive medicine. Skith probably thinks everything is fatal. So either of you, if you made a perception roll and successfully saw what the wound was, if it was obvious, you might be able to be like, right, I know what did it. But beyond that, without like looking, you wouldn't know. But if there is an obvious wound, it would go to your passive medicine and you might be able to be like, I know what it is. If you want to make a perception roll, let's go past.
I'll give it
Just
a go.
poke it to make sure it is dead.
It does appear
Perception
dead,
roll
yes.
disadvantage because of exhaustion. 10.
That is plenty. There is a spear wound right through the side of the head. It looks like taken completely by surprise. And there's a bladed stab wound. Looks very similar to the bladed spears that are currently with you.
Okay, so they've already done a pass in here, I suppose.
Can I open this door?
As soon as you go near that door, the robot with you goes and levels the spear.
In the way of the door? Like, doesn't want me to go in?
It levels the spear at you.
Oh.
Oh, we're not going in that one?
We'll go follow.
Okay.
She looks at Perrin like, oh.
And we'll continue. I think I might pause here and be like, is this a trap? I've had bad experiences with long corridors leading to doors.
Investigation roll?
Arena will investigate for traps.
Okay, Arena makes an investigation roll. That means Arena would swap with Perrin to be up front.
Yeah. $15.
Yeah, Arena. You see it. Someone has very hastily replaced one of the side panels up here, and you can see kind of a quick... Someone's unscrewed it, very quickly rescrewed it, and one of the screws is missing. And it looks like it's being very quickly put back. You can't see what it does, but it looks like something has been hidden there, and it looks like whatever it is has been made so that like the panel on the floor is a little bit uneven, and that standing on it will probably gently lean it a little bit and tap something on the bottom of that panel on the actual side, and that will trigger whatever is behind there. You can't see it
Some
because
kind of
it's
like
kind
pressure
of
plate thing
Yeah.
going on.
It could be like a claymore, it could be gas, you don't know what's in there, but whatever it is, you totally see the trigger. And you can jump over the panel if you can jump more than 5 feet.
Part of me wants to be like, push one of the guys onto it. But I'm not going to. Arena will look at the pair and be like,
Your instincts were right.
and she'll try to disable it.
Okay. Go up to it and make me a these tools and dexterity roll. Just kind of put little chocks in so that it can't.
How close does the robot stand while this is done? He says as
Okay.
Arena rolls a nat 1. Is the
12,
robot
nat
standing
1.
right over her, inspecting her work or something like that, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's standing exactly where it is, but Arena has to move forwards to get right up against the actual plate. And as she does so...
Totally mushrooms. Yeah.
Ping! Accidentally, a little bit worried. You know what it is? It's that one tear that rolls down that you've been saving up. Now that you're not facing the robots, you let it roll. You've been saving it up. You've been screwing up that eye. That one tear has been going, nope, nope, no. And then it just, you're like, I'm looking away from them. I'll let it. And it drops down, and underneath the plate, it just drips through the gap in the grate and hits an exposed contact wire, and the little heat exchanger built behind the wall trips, fuses, overheats, detonates in a cone. Only Arena is in the blast zone.
Damn it.
So, Arena, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
You've got
Am
a
I
bonus
close
for
enough
me.
to... Yeah.
It's not the corners we said, right?
Yeah, but she's not in a corner.
I am?
Oh,
No.
you aren't?
Oh,
Yes,
no,
good.
I'm not.
You're fine,
'cause
yeah.
it's-
You get the plus.
So, that was Dex, right? Yeah.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Oof.
10. Wow, RNG.
I tried.
Do I have something against traps, though?
You had the key, but you aren't attuned to it.
Oh, that's right. I was like, I remember something with the...
I guess Perrin's still
Yes.
holding the key, like it's just in his pocket.
You take 9 points of piercing damage. Oh, it'd be 9 points of fire damage, actually, sorry. 9 points of fire damage as it explodes forwards.
Well, it's not there anymore, so...
I mean, you did defuse it
Yeah,
in one way.
that's one way. Arena will back up and go back to her position.
Perrin will take point in advance.
Okay.
If he can get away with it, he will let the
wanna
robot
be
next
that
to him
close.
just lead.
It is happy to just lead because you are squishy and it is a bit more expendable. It gets to this door and then turns and like steps back because it seems to recognize that for whatever reason this door is not budging.
I'll take a look at it. Is it just locked normally?
Yeah, doesn't seem to be opening. You've seen the doors instantly part as soon as these clockwork guards get to them. Not opening.
I'll defer to Arena.
Arena will come up and try to unlock the door.
Perrin's not a good locksmith at the best of times. And this is definitely not the best of times.
Okay. This is an intelligence these tools roll
Interesting.
because it's mostly tech based.
21.
21. Nonetheless. Knock. Did that open? It did not. Let me try again. Okay, let me do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, you see a dwarf, like, quickly in front of this with a little blowtorch going... Guardian just steps in and...
Arena will back up.
hits it with the kind of electric bolus. Dwarf drops. You see it twitch before there's a crack and smells charred meat.
I'll step in. Is there just the one big door in this room?
Does appear to be.
Does it look like this guy's attempts at welding? Oh, was he cutting or welding?
As you look, it looks like welding. It looks like very quick welding. It looks like he's been welding for about 20 seconds or so, maybe since an explosion went off. Just want to point that out. Maybe 40 seconds, since a loud explosion went off outside the door.
Arena's gonna go up to this panel and check it. See what's on it.
It's been locked, but you can again with Tinkerer's tools and intelligence.
Okay. Come on, rolls.
Skith, what are you doing while this is going on?
24.
I'm waiting to shock and grasp one of these things as soon as we find an exit or my party members turn on them.
So lightning is just playing between your fingers, just very subtly right now, just static, just... Okay. Have you got your wand in your hand then? Because that is the thing that gives you +1 as well.
Yeah, I'll have to put the Rod of Storms away. It's out of charges at the moment. Okay. So I'm still attuned to it, but I'll just place it with the wand in my hand.
Arena very quickly pops open. Notably, you can again get access to all the cameras from here. It looks like the area that you were being locked out from. In addition...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You also note that you can probably open the big blast door behind you from here. It might need a little help because it was beginning to be welded, but it was only beginning to be welded. If you had trouble with that door, it would be a different story. But this is a big blast door, big, thick, and has big motors behind it. And so that tiny bit of welding, provided it's opened quickly, will not be at all a problem. This behind it and the one adjacent are big, grindy machines capable of pulverizing the rubble and remaining rock that is not needed. It's been siphoned off of all the material that is desired for making stuff by the steel behemoth, and all the waste goes in here, is pulverized, and then goes through and is dumped out of the back.
Am I supposed to be able to see what's behind the door? Or can I hack to see?
You would have access skill because you passed last time. Let me just give you access.
Yeah, we didn't
to the
see
camera.
what was there.
You still have access to the camera, I believe, right?
I don't see anything behind that door at the moment.
Yep, it does look like there are no cameras active in there for some reason. You would guess there'd be a camera in there, considering there's a camera in the room of the same type in the other way.
So camera's disabled in there.
With the 24, yes, someone is definitely taking that camera out. 24 also, yes, someone is activated the maintenance on that and has shut down that turbine. You would also know that the door that you questioned about earlier with the lasers, that is the door that allows the maintenance hatch that allows you to get to the dump exit that where all the kind of powdered and pulverized rubble meets and then is wasted and goes out of what is effectively a pocket dimension inside of the steel behemoth. That door and then the lasers, that is how you get to the maintenance hatch for that. And it can be, lasers can be deactivated by having this console and the console in the other room both at the same time, having them kind of like flip the switch to authorize. They have to both activate at the same time.
To release something out.
Which turns off the lasers and allows you to get to the maintenance hatch out at the rear, which would, as you realize now, be a way out of the steel behemoth, out of the pocket dimension, and straight out, effectively, the rubble outflow, which is powdered rock, effectively. If you were to do that. It looks like someone has opened this turbine and is doing a kind of clunky workaround, which is, it looks like someone has opened it and is getting inside of it. It is off. The other one is still on, though. So at the meeting point of this being off, but the other one's still spewing rubble, whoever goes through is going to get hit by chunks of rubble. So it will hurt.
In this one? The one that we can't see?
Yeah, because that one is off and in maintenance and it is not on. So there is nothing going on in it. Like, you can go through it fine, but when you get to the point where that stuff meets the stuff from the other turbine and then gets ejected, the stuff from the other turbine is still being spewed. So you're going to get hit by bits of rubble. So whoever is doing that is ballsy and expecting to get, having to weather getting hit by rubble. But whoever's in there, you now are aware, is trying to get out by going through the turbine.
Okay.
Arena know of 2 ways out.
Yeah, Arena will be like,
someone is trying to get out. Give me a moment.
And she's going to try to open this door. But, like, that's her hint to be like, there's a way out. She's saying it like someone is trying to get out. And she's going to try to open this
Guardian
door.
next to Perrin kind of gestures for Perrin to help. And the Guardian is going to try and help pull the door. Just help because it's welded.
Yeah, and Arena will try to...
You two go help them as well.
Make a persuasion roll, Skith.
Ooh, nice, Skith.
$23. One of them will. The other one, however, won't. For reasons.
It's probably guarding me.
Yeah, it does seem to be guarding you.
Yeah.
And
Arena will be like,
be careful though, because I can't really see in there. The cameras are disabled.
And
okay, it's at this point then.
Try to open the door.
You do. It does not take. You have command control access.
Cool.
You rolled really well. And the guy did not have time to do anything but give you 1 block.
I feel like I have a sound effect for this. Does that work?
No.
Or you didn't hear it?
No. Kind of like that, but bigger, heavier, and clunkier. Like, this is a big door. It is 30 foot across. And it's 4 foot thick. So at this point, you see...
Damn it, I was muted. That was what was going on. I was going to do a thing.
What were you doing?
I was going to say that we count down opening the door.
Oh, okay. Well, as the door opens, everyone is ready for combat. And so, as combat starts... It did not work. Oh, because it's crashed. Right. Again, the random...
do the tracker?
Yeah, the random script. I have no idea what script it is. I think it's the core D&D script is crashing. There we go. The technician goes first. The technician looks up and is like, nah. Runs forwards, slides down to there. Need combat music.
That's even with me with an advantage. Damn, I'm not rolling well today.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, you're
oh, you rolled
Tyrant.
really
That's
bad
weird.
with advantage. Damn.
Yeah, I'm usually like always up there normally.
There we go.
I'm where I expect to be in the turn tracker, but it's weird that Arena is even further down.
Yeah.
Okay, and throws what appears to be like a very quickly made block of little bottle strapped to a couple of other little devices at Perrin and the 2 constructs next to it. Perrin, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Can I deny my bonus to those robots? And if so, will they notice?
Yes. Yes.
They would notice if I...
Your friends would notice if you denied it, so they would notice.
Then I think I won't. I will let them get... I'll let them get the bonus. 22.
Okay, you take 8 points of fire damage as it erupts in a small, like, of flame over you. And they... what's your plus? It's +4, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, the Guardian is a little bit on fire, but mostly fine. However, as you kind of duck, it hits the actual Sentinel straight in the face and catches on fire and collapses to the ground. Just see Skiff. Okay, this one in front of you comes round. You see the gnarled face. Oh, it is them. They turned. I get to blow. Pulls out a dagger, throws it. Throws it at... Throws it at the Centurion. Not the Centurion, the Guardian. Nope, doesn't, because that won't do anything to it. Throws it. Throws it at Perrin. Perrin's right there in front of the door.
That's fair.
21.
That's a hit.
You take 6 points of piercing and 6 points of psychic.
Ooh.
And then, as reaches his hand to his head, stab your construct. Hit it with that hammer and crush it. I need to make the intelligence saving throw. You may choose to fail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd like to choose to fail. I was already gonna do that.
Make me a performance roll as part of it, though.
Okay.
If you choose to fail.
Sure. Actually, you know what? I will resist, because then there's no risk of, you know, like if I'm gonna do it anyway, it doesn't matter whether or not I'm under the effect of this. What was it, an int save?
Mm-hmm.
15.
You resist. You're like, no, the time is not now. Like, no. Okay, the Guardian walks forwards. It walks out of your range. You have the opportunity for an opportunity. No, you used. Yep, you have the opportunity for an opportunity attack.
I don't take it.
Okay. It tries to knock the guy prone, which it passes, and then as it knocks prone, swings down with the halberd. 25 the first one, second one to 20, doing 11 points and then 14 points. He's still alive.
Nice. And that's why I did an opportunity attack him, because he would have done that to me.
You would have. Okay. That brings us to Skip.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna lightning bolt them both. The only way I can do that is by upcasting it. So it's going to be a level 4 lightning bolt. Let's do it.
Okay.
Had enough of this shit. Oh. All right, level 4. Boom. I'm just charging it up. I've been charging them up the whole time.
40 points of lightning as you you see as you bring the wand up, the actual wood is beginning to smolder with how much electricity has been playing back and forth this entire time. The wood is beginning to char as you bring the wand up, and a torrent of electricity bursts out. The guy on the floor has 2 HP. It doesn't matter if he saves, that's still 10 times the remaining HP. So I'm just gonna mark him as dead.
That's for hitting Baron.
I don't think this matters, but I want to, just for my personal satisfaction of, dear God. So it gets 17 on the save, so it takes half damage, so it takes 20. However, I did forget to do this. This is what it actually looks like right now. It is damaged and splintered, and all those little filaments that meant to take electricity away are broken. And so when you point the wand directly at his back, it is directly at that core in the center. And so that 20 points that as it dodges, hits it, it is vulnerable to. So it still takes 40, and it only had 16 HP. So it explodes as metal shears off and just pinions everywhere. Okay.
Whoops. That's yeah, that's my turn. So this is the turbine, right? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the one that's not that it is deactivated right now, or it's active?
It is deactivated. It isn't on. You can't hear like the sound, whereas you can kind of hear a from the other one faintly. This one.
Just out of curiosity, if I were to disintegrate one of these turbines, would that incapacitate the steel behemoth in some way?
So this is a kind of a mining implement. It damages and destroys and crumples, basically pulverizes rock, and that rock is waste rock. So it doesn't really do much.
But that's by eating, right? Like it's clawing through the ground, and then the excess stuff is being mined, right?
So it goes through, it filters off before this point. It filters off the stuff that it wants to keep, and then the remains goes to these, which pulverize it and then shoot it out the waste.
This is like the trash chute.
Yeah.
And it poops out the stuff it doesn't like anymore.
I'm just trying to get it to disintegrate in, like,
if you did disintegrate
to help
both of them,
slow this thing.
It would mean that it couldn't get rid of the waste efficiently anymore. Like, it would be annoying for it, and it would probably have to do something about that. If you disintegrate one, though, it does still have the other one. You could probably run at a slightly lower speed or something.
Okay.
It's like a kidney.
Yeah.
They've got to.
That's a very good analogy, yeah.
Well, I don't have
with zero kidneys, it would probably be okay, but it would be painful and it would start to damage its system. And it wouldn't be a long-term solution.
I just want to slow this thing down. Not even spite, but just feel like that's the thing to do if I have the option. But okay, my turn's done. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the sentry. Gonna make a quick roll for it. See what it does.
He said it. Roll credits.
Nah, damn.
It's collateral damage. I killed the thing.
Yeah, no. 15.
Fine.
Yeah.
Come get me.
It immediately just turns around and stabs Arena.
How does it know that she's not still under control, though, and I'm the one that broke out? I'm the only one that's done a hostile action.
Yep, but it's not necessarily assuming that.
Okay, fine.
Try to stab me. Probably will.
Whatever was cast on us, it wasn't something we could escape by, like, rolling over time. It was just a case of, it's done, and after 24 hours, it's over.
8.
Yeah, way miss. 21.
It's damaged, and, like, one of the arm servos, as it kind of goes overhead, just can't actually come down, and it just starts stabbing over your head, and it can't quite reach you. Stabs into the console a few times.
Arena's like, what is that for?
Aaron, you're up.
I'm gonna run up to it and stab it.
Sorry, you're gonna stab it?
Oh, that's true.
You can't say that anymore.
Gonna bludgeon
Smash.
Yep, so Perrin just turns around, charges up, raises the hammer, and brings it down.
Turn
Okay,
it
you've got
into a
your
penny.
sheet?
It is on my sheet.
You got your +2 on it?
Yeah, it should all be set up correctly. I mean, we'll find out.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Why did you add it? You put it in the wrong place.
What? What did it? What?
You didn't put it as magic bonus.
Oh, that's.
There we go. I fixed it.
In that case, I think I need to take it off of where the other spot where it is, right?
I already did that.
Oh, it didn't register for me.
Yeah, because you opened it and it refreshed it on your end. Done. I've done it.
Okay. That change was entirely superficial. Nothing changed about how this roll will work.
It matters for some scripts.
Okay. 23.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
I'm gonna do something because I can and I want to make sure this is over. I'm gonna use an ability on the hammer to do an extra 2d6 damage, but I will take 1d6 damage.
Okay, so you, as you bring the hammer down, you channel the pain of the entity that you can feel somehow imbued into the hammer. And you feel agony. You feel unending pain that just is now imbued as part of you. It isn't a wound that will heal. It is just something that is innate, that is long-lasting. And as you bear that, you also channel part of strength greater than a mortal like you could have, and you bring it down. Roll damage.
$24. Also some
That's
very
double its
good
current
D6s.
health, so you just bring the hammer down straight on top of it. It goes through the deck plate.
Okay, so I didn't need to take that extra, but it was close, so it was a good idea.
It was also cool.
I take 2 damage.
Corvid bot pancakes. Corvid bot.
Yeah.
Corvid bot, my headband, a lot of stuff, man.
As soon as I just smash this thing down into the floor, I'm gonna sort of step back a bit and say, first, in common, everybody stand down. And then in Dwarvish, enough killing.
Persuasion check.
There's only one guy left.
I know, but we can get out of here with him.
I feel like he's low intelligence if he tries to fight us if we're like
24, despite my disadvantage.
Oh.
He looks at what everyone just did. Like, not least because your gnome just hacked through all the defenses and apparently is super techy and is really good at everything. And also the people she's with can just destroy everything. And you see him just grab the war pick at the side and just drop it and go, boy.
Arena's gonna try to disable the camera in this room. And if there's a way for me to disable this one, not the camera, but like the turbine, like turn it off. Or, oh, you said I had to do one from this and this at the same time, right? Like it had to be timed at the same time.
I think
No.
That was to open the laser room. Right?
The turbines can only be controlled from the local console, so this is the local console for that. Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then to actually turn off the lasers, you have to have both of those consoles at the same time turned.
Oh, so that's just not possible, really.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Well, not possible, but just you can't do it right now.
Yeah.
It's literally a hard, like, it has to be a manual flick. There's no way you can do it without manually being there. But yes, you can turn the camera off easily.
Okay. Just that. And yeah, she turns around to Perrin and says,
"The camera is disabled in this room. If we go through, it is a way out, but there will be big rocks that we're going to.
So
big rocks it is. Let's go."
I think we need heals. Do we go in through this little
Nope.
hole? Or the latch? Okay.
Yeah.
This guy indicates fumes like the access hatch. We haven't got it off yet.
Perrin is just like anyone else is in the way, Perrin's gonna head past. Hammer ready, like, tell me what we need to get through.
With the access hatch, we started unscrewing the bits. This is partially undone. You could wrench it off. I guess you could also use your... Okay, that will work. Just don't break it so that we cannot get through.
I could try it first.
Arena holds out her tool and runs to the door.
That could be quicker with the hammer if he is not. But also, if you are as good at that as you are at gestures at the door, at the cameras, at the other door.
Give it one try, Arena.
Know.
Then we'll go with my way.
All right.
So which one would it be best for this? Smith's tools?
Arena, as you look at it, you have a choice. It can be either Tinker's Dex or Smith's Tools Strength. It will be something you could do quite quietly-ish. You could do it quicker with more successes. There is a DC and a threshold. It looks moderate to do, but it'll be quicker with more success, with more like past the threshold. However, it is still something that will take, maybe a minute.
Okay. Arena assessing this
it is a big heavy plate and it does seem to be attached in a few places, so it could take a minute if you try and keep smashing it. It depends on how a hammer goes.
Arena says to Perrin, this might be a 2-person job. She's like, you smash that end, I'll try to unscrew this end at the same time.
Smashing and unscrewing, unfortunately, is a combination that can't be done, because if you try smashing it, it will either rupture screws and jam them in place, or it will make it impossible for you to actually keep the screw head, like the screwdriver in the screw head.
I got
So you can only really have one.
I'll try one. Like you said, I'll try once, see how it goes. If it doesn't, he'll do all his
Normally
smashing.
you'd need 3 successes passed with the Tinker's tools, but because they've already started, it's 2.
18.
18. Okay. You pass the DC by a little way, and little time goes past. Meanwhile, you hear, "Ah!"
Yes. I will have them. I will find them.
I'm gonna false life back up.
It's a good idea. If anyone has any potions or anything, I would drink them now. All right. One more?
Is anyone at the console? Before you roll, is anyone actually watching the camera?
I mean, if this takes a minute, someone can be.
Yeah, we could have this guy. He's the other person who was at the camera thing before.
You're going to try and order him too? Okay. Perrin or Skith? To order him? Probably at this point is an intimidator. Who is ordering him to do something?
Intimidate.
Go check the camera and make sure nothing's coming for us.
Okay, make an intimidate. As he's like, watches Arena and is like, okay, Arena is actually, she doesn't need instruction. I've told her everything. She's actually, yeah, okay.
Does Skith know, I mean, does this dwarf know common?
Oh, shit.
No. But if you two want to double team this guy, one of you can roll with advantage because Perrin can translate.
I mean, I've got disadvantage on ability checks right now.
I was gonna use.
Well, no, it's okay because if Skith rolls with the assist, Skith will roll with advantage, and Perrin just does the translate.
Okay, I will translate.
All right, I was gonna use forceful presence anyway.
28. Okay.
Oh.
I'll go through that. Yeah, you. No, I'm probably best doing that. Yeah.
I'll say it in Draconic. Just because that sounds cooler than common and more intimidating.
Oh, and the script crashed again. He goes over, makes his way up to the console, and you hear that like screech and that voice from far off. And then oh, there's something coming. It's covered in shit. It's oil or something. I don't know.
How far along is Arena?
Arena, you get one more check. Getting close.
Okay. All right, here we go. 30.
Panel comes off.
I'm gonna call out in Dwarvish to the other guy. Run! It's open. I'm gonna dive in.
Yeah, Arena will follow in after Skith.
Looks to you, looks to the hammer, looks to you, looks to the hammer, looks to you. Looks at the thing with the panel now open. Puts a sound on the console. The blast door.
God damn it, I was going to interrogate him.
And very shortly thereafter, as you all jump in, you hear a...
And then it was Corvibot, dude.
Someone starts punching on the blast door.
Is it just Corvibot? Because then we could just...
Well, Corvibot has a bunch of magic items on him, including the banner. We have the headband that's gone. I don't know where the Hungering Satchel is.
That's on you.
That.
It's completely dormant.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, you have it, right?
Uh-huh.
And then everything else, I think we're good. I might have lost a couple things, but
Corvibot's
that's
got the
okay.
saddle as well, which...
The saddle, the magic missiles, and the banner.
Oh, the magic missiles. Oh.
And the Pyro Converger.
Yep.
The breath.
But
it
is really quick to make one of those. So that's...
The missiles were really cool. They were clutch a few times.
Yeah.
They were really clutch.
However, as you dive in, to drag your attention back, I need everyone... You do not take any damage as you go through this turbine, because obviously it's off. However, the other turbine is on. I need everyone to make me Constitution saving throws.
Can I drink a potion as we were going through?
It?
Okay.
It will shatter. Your arms are not able to reach your potions. You are being pushed through.
Can I just disintegrate the other turbine to make it stop?
You can't reach it. You're like going through these narrow tubes and gaps between like bladed kind of crushing implements.
And we don't get the bonus for being near Perrin, right?
Perrin went first. So whoever's right after Perrin would. Whoever's after that wouldn't.
Okay, so Skith would.
Okay.
Okay.
So Skith gets the bonus then.
Save.
Okay, so you will save. So you take half of this.
I'm bracing.
Well, luckily, like, you went through a turbine that was off, which would have been most of the damage. However, as you go through and push your way through the blades and the crushing, like, implements, get through, and you finally get to that last little, like, section that you're seemingly pushed through by what seem to be kind of, like, invisible forces that kind of just push you forward, along with kind of the rock, like, particles around you. You get to a T-junction where you can see ahead of you bits of rock just... And as Perrin hits it head first, it is not pretty. You take... Today is your lucky day. You take 0 damage. I rolled a 1, halved.
Huh.
Oh, no.
Wouldn't that be 1 damage then?
Yeah, it's halved.
Because it can't be halved.
Yeah, you always round down. When you round down, it's 0. It's a 0. You take 0 damage. It stings, but Perrin is hard-headed, and quite frankly, he's been knocked unconscious enough today that he has kind of developed enough padding from the lumps and bruises that he go, next up, Skith. Actually, I'll roll these live. So you take half of this.
Does Behemoth count as a construct?
Why?
It doesn't matter. Perrin's already got his armor.
Oh, okay.
He's already through.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I guess I could have got advantage on the Constitution save, maybe.
Yeah, but you already saved, so.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it'd just be funny because it's like a giant structure, but it's, think it's
a little rocking
chair.
And E06.5.
Jeez.
As apparently Perrin just got kind of sandblasted, whereas the rest of you got hit with like lumps of masonry. And with that,
just tinged off of him onto us.
Yeah. There was like a kind of a blockage up ahead, and then however, as you then you find yourself suddenly go from a narrow tube, and there's suddenly a weird kind of phase, a kind of little bit of a color, and you suddenly find yourself falling. And you see ground ahead of you. Perrin, You fall 15 feet. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Arena, Skith, you take the same, 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall one on top of the other in a slight line. As you look backwards, you see the massive metallic form of the steel behemoth headed away up a tunnel, and you find yourself in kind of cylindrical tunneled like area. It's dark, but you can still see for a good chunk with your dark vision. You've made your way out, and it doesn't look like anyone is following.
Arena just like lays there and just like breathes.
So is it you say it's fully enclosed tunnel?
It does look like a pretty wide, tall, chunky tunnel, but it does seem to be a long, curved-ish tunnel.
Purge is gonna sit down like, that was hell.
I'm laying on my back, chest heaving, I raise a fist. I'll never serve such a foul creature willingly. And then I'll, tired. That was my last burst of energy.
We probably can't stay here very long. What if they come looking for us?
Where are we?
I don't know.
The ground, I guess. Our options are forwards and backwards.
If we rest, then we can use the cube.
I think that's our best option.
Don't know if it's safe to rest here.
I don't think it is.
Well, maybe you two could sleep and I'll keep watch.
How does the cube work with that? It's like if some people are resting and some aren't. I guess.
I assume that when you take a long rest, you take your watch and shifts. So.
Yeah, we'll do it that way.
There is also scraps of metal and other detritus that wasn't worth salvaging, or bits that were ejected out the turbine when some of the dwarves were sabotaging it to make an exit, which would totally be possibly turned into a Corvid bot Mark II on a long rest. However, if you're choosing to long rest here, right where you left, is that the plan? Let me know.
I don't think that's a good idea. Arena will she'll stand up because she's probably like the least harmed out of all of them. And she'll look around and see if she can figure out which direction they should go.
Right now, there doesn't seem to be any other directions other than towards the butt of the behemoth, which is slowly making its way away from you. It's actually quite fast. Or away from that. So the answer
away
quite evidently is away, yes.
Away.
There will obviously be, at some point, probably tunnels intersect this one. If this is, as you imagine, the Underdark or areas under the Hioras, there are tunnels and stuff as far as you're aware. So it might have cut through them, and then you can cut into those. And if not, you go far enough, you will eventually get back to where you started. But you don't necessarily know where those are going to be, but yes.
Yeah, we're not trying to get all the way back yet. We just want to get somewhere where we can be safe.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Let's head away for a bit. If you want, Arena, grab some of the useful stuff here before we go.
Arena will shove stuff into the bag of holding that she can.
Okay. As you salvage as you go.
And before they leave, she'll just kind of make a little prayer, like towards the direction of where the behemoth was, so that she has a moment.
Okay. back. Who is leading the party in search of better places to camp the night?
I'm assuming me.
Okay, make a survival roll. 21. Quite quickly, you do find some tunnels that do seem to kind of cut off, that are kind of much smaller. Really would have difficulty getting something a lot larger than Heron or Skiff through them, so they seem perfect going straight through those. And as you start kind of winding your way through, taking a little time, how far would you like to travel away and trying to get quickly lost to make sure you can't be tracked? Do you want to spend a couple of hours, or do you want to spend like 6 hours, or do you want to spend just like 20 minutes? Like, give me an idea of ballpark.
I'm assuming a couple hours. Okay. But what do you guys think?
Yeah.
As long as that doesn't give us any more exhaustion.
You cannot get exhaustion for overtaxing yourself twice, but the others might get their first point of exhaustion.
Okay.
I'd say like at least 3 hours.
Alright.
I'm okay with that.
We want to get really lost.
Okay. The not parents, give me a Constitution saving throw.
This is overtime, so no bonus from me.
Yeah, it's overtime.
Okay. 21.
Well, still fine. Arena gets a point of exhaustion though. But you do find a pretty nice place to camp after a while. You find a kind of sphere-like cave in the bottom with several glowing mushrooms and kind of hanging moss from the top, all of which are kind of a bit phosphorescent. It takes you about 2.5, 3 hours to get there. And as you all kind of take a rest, take a beat, exhausted, tired, drained, having gone for a very long time, and catch your breath. And while not safe, at least far safer than you have been for a day. Okay.
On the travel, Arena probably would kind of tell you guys what she had seen there. Which, I mean, you guys kind of saw what it was, but she thought it was like a control point or some kind of command station where the orb was in the center room. And there was some kind of like powerful being that she could feel, as well as like someone was like going in her mind trying to get information out of her.
When I saw the key, it was activated in some new way I haven't seen before. It might have more powers it's capable of now. I think they completed it in order to destroy it, or whatever they were trying to do. But apparently, they got what they wanted. Whatever that was. I'll pull the key out and hand it back to Arena.
Arena's like, "You got it," and she like holds it really close to her.
It is glowing faintly. There's kind of a greenish kind of light, which, while green around the edge, is kind of white in the center. It also has the locket built into it now. Instead of just opening and then having your grandmother and your grandfather, it has opened and then flipped like fully back so that one side is grandmother, one side is grandfather, and it's in the center of the head. So in amongst the cogs at the head, on one side it's grandmother, on the other side it's grandfather. The chain has been completely removed. There's no sign of the chain. So that seems like the chain was thrown away.
Yeah, she's just examining it and holds it close. She says,
"Maybe we should have continued pretending. Then maybe we might know more about him."
Knowledge is useless if you're dead.
I'm not going to be used as some puppet to slaughter creatures that I don't have a choice in. Whatever that thing was, it's better if we get away from it and at least recover our strength.
And all the items we had on Corvette Butter are gone now. I could rebuild him, though.
That's okay, Arena. We didn't know if we were going to be able to save you, and we did, so I suppose it is a successful mission. At least we did end up fulfilling the terms of that contract.
What contract? I heard them shouting about something.
We signed a contract to hear an offer for a mission. It seemed surprisingly generous, considering. We'll see if it was a trick. But in exchange, we got Killian's service to save you, and I think without it, we wouldn't have been able to, so. It was worth it.
Thank you for coming to get me.
We are lucky that Killian showed up. We would all be dead without their assistance. It is a shame about your items, but they can be replaced.
The items don't matter. What matters is that you're all alive.
And Arena will give you all a hug, if you allow.
I'll accept it.
Boop.
Can I prestidigitate us now?
Before you say that, as Arena says, items don't matter. You all that matters. And she gives you a hug. I mean, it's an awkward hug. She's a gnome and her arm span isn't big to begin with and she can't really get that high. But you know, you kneel down and she tries. But as she does so, there is a glow. It's a kind of a grayish black kind of shadow glow, but it doesn't have coldness. It doesn't have despair. It has acceptance to it. And it has an acceptance of how it shall be. Kind of satisfaction of knowing a place and accepting it. And her armor glows, and a slight gold sheen brightens the once dull metal, and two wings, mechanical flare from the back. The little insets into each arm become slightly more engaged. And there's a flare of this divine power that blows a bit of rock away.
What just happened?
And she like lets go of the embrace.
Silver lining, I suppose.
And I guess as we're resting, I will identify Perrin's hammer, probably. We want to do that. The chest plate now that it's doing something crazy.
You are attuned to it, so you already know.
Oh, okay.
So I am updating the text, and I also need to update the picture because that involves me actually uploading a new picture, so that takes a second.
Ooh.
So apologies.
Exciting. But I suppose Perrin already knows about his hammer, but Arena would still wanna know too. She's too curious.
It can give you some extra information sometimes. Identify does give a little bit.
I'll post it because actually, because I can cast it as like a level. I can use a level 2 spell slot.
also ritually
No,
cast, can't you?
actually, it's a ritual cast it because we're just sitting down.
It'll just take you 11 minutes to ritually cast each time.
Yeah. But we're resting, so.
That's fine. You can do it on your watch. So,
Yeah.
here we go. Assets. If you need to talk amongst yourselves as characters for 2 minutes while I go and find where I put this picture that I had a while ago, and I'm like, where the hell is it?
I think as
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has anything they want to talk about.
as Arena's looking through those things, Perrin, I think, sat down, just, no energy, nothing left. I was gonna say, what I don't understand is the Overseer said he was New Dawn. I got it out of him. I had to make sure So I thought we were doing the right thing. But whatever this thing is we just released, it's worse. Why does this keep happening? What? How can we keep making this worse?
Perrin, it had already corrupted the Overseer. I think, with that strange gauntlet.
I think Skid is on the right track. Something was weird with that gauntlet. I think maybe it was one of the artifacts from the New Dawn. Remember? There were quite a few. And maybe that was one of them too.
I thought
I
killing
imagine
the one who
that
wielded
when
it would help, would break the control that the New Dawn had, and maybe then we could have spoken with the other Duragar. Maybe we could have turned the behemoth back to its purpose, but apparently it's even more in direct control now than it ever was before.
We can't change what already happened.
Whatever that thing was, I think it was released the same time that you shattered the Reaping Blade. It seemed to serve Tharizdun.
It did.
And, considering its curiosity of history, it doesn't seem coincidental. It must have been freed recently, and that may have done it.
It's so old. It's before the war.
I didn't even know what gnomes were.
I was confused if it wanted to know about me being a gnome or me being an artificer, and then I realized it was both.
If he doesn't know what a gnome is, he probably doesn't know what a paladin is.
I hope he goes and meets the Empress.
I'm not sure I do.
I'm kind of with Perrin on this one.
I'm just hoping that our problems will take care of one another.
Our attempts to take care of problems has so far only made more. I don't know if I...
Well, Perrin, we did save Arena's family. You must think of the positive things as well. It is easy to dwell on the negative things and remember those, but you have to keep hope.
It has Corvidbot. Maybe all the memories Corvidbot has. Maybe my family isn't safe after all.
Does Corvidbot have memories?
I would like to think so. It has a memory core that it remembers things so that it can repeat with the programs.
It would remember the last house.
And the towers are the ones that it remembers.
It might be a good idea to invest in those rings the rings of mind shielding.
I think so. Although it didn't quite get into my mind as deep as it wanted to. It was trying. It was using everything.
They have to stop him. That's even possible.
I think that you're wrong a little bit on this, Skith. I think our problems will need to be our friends. I don't think we can do this alone.
Well, there are, 11 other heralds? At least they're doing their jobs properly as far as we know.
If it's a choice between the lioness and that thing, I'll choose the lioness.
Oh, Perrin! I never thought I'd see the day.
There's a scale of evil.
Do you not think they both have the same goal? Just in different ways?
I don't know. But there was enough confusion today with whose side we're supposed to be on. Maybe we need to make extra sure.
Arena nods and kind of like leans closer to Perrin, just kind of like leans on him. She's very tired.
All I know is that creature is not using magic properly, and so he must be stopped.
Bones
That
would
gauntlet.
definitely not approve.
I'm sad we couldn't cut that gauntlet away from the dwarf and present it to Erathane. Sure, that would have made Erathane wet their pants as well.
We could use your legend lore. Maybe we could know more about what the gauntlet is. Might help us know how to defeat him.
I could try, but it would be better if I had a name or some more information. At least I've seen it.
It's a starting point. Or maybe we just look directly into the being that wielded it. It mind controlled us for 24 hours. Perhaps that counts for something.
It was
I
some
tried
kind of
to get a
demon
name.
or devil.
I think it's beyond either of those definitions.
You did get a name.
The self-proclaimed Tyrant King. Surely that's not its real name.
But
You have
it's
training
a start.
arcana, you would know that if it is a devil or a demon, devils and demons' real names command power over them. They will never give them away.
That's why I tried to wiggle it away from.
Oh yeah, they will never give them away. That's like being like, just walking up to someone and being like, hey, what's your social security code, PIN code, bank account number, and mother's maiden name?
How can we serve someone that we don't know who they are? You know?
was
Also,
worth
give
a
me your
try.
face.
Well, at least they're not a god.
Perhaps not many steps below. And we didn't just release him. That hole in space that was opened up, at least one other thing came out of there and it didn't close. Apparently that was Mistra's job.
That's
I
what we
wonder-
were told by the creature.
I don't believe everything the creature says. He doesn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't know what's going on now. But do we even know what is going on with Mistra? She's
No.
a mystery.
I think
But-
they may have not have realized that the gods don't have as much say now. So maybe it was Mistra's job centuries ago, but things are different now.
his confusion is our advantage there. He didn't know what world he was walking into. He was confused as to why the gate wasn't closing, which means it was meant to. And he didn't like Mystra, so it sounds like... I think we can trust that word, at least.
What else will come out of the portal?
Anything else sealed in that prison? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Another prison dimension.
Anyone with training in Arcana or Religion may roll Religion or Arcana. Religion is slightly better, but both are acceptable.
Disadvantage for exhaustion.
Oh,
Disadvantage
yeah.
on Arena again for exhaustion.
Yeah, I gotta roll again.
Yeah.
True.
It's a tough roll.
7.
Natty 20 for a 27 to a 9.
So!
Skith gets it with a 26.
Skith. I guess today we're going to talk about prison dimensions. Specifically, we're going to talk about one of the planes adjacent to the Abyss in several of the world models. We're going to talk about the Tartarian depths of Carcery. You've heard of them. You won't know them in detail. 25 of them, pretty good. The Tartarian depths of Carcery, otherwise known as Tartarus, or sometimes just Carcery, is one of the lower planes. Yep, there you go, Carcery, in the world models. And is generally considered to be a prison dimension or a prison realm. Like, it is very hard to get out from there. And you would know of rumors and so forth about it having a few layers, a bit like the Abyss, but instead of having like infinite layers or whatever, it has a series of layers, and those are increasingly difficult to get out from. I would also say with the 26, you know that there is also a unique type of demon that tends to be found there, specifically in the lower levels, called a Demodad, which is the type of demon that seems to be particularly old. Unlike most other demons, which tend to be found from the souls of mortals that are corrupted by going to the lower planes and lasting for a very long time there, and then being corrupted by the more chaotic elements. The Demodads are older than that, and they don't get made from like humanoid souls. You wouldn't know how they're made or anything like that, but they are unique to Carcery, the vast majority of what you're aware of. And it is generally considered to be kind of a prison realm in some ways. A lot of entities try and get out. Very difficult and very rare they do. Those who go there to look or investigate or whatever have to be very sure that they have a way to come back. And they also make themselves targets, because anyone who goes there as an outsider, everyone goes, they probably have a way to get out. So that is the one that comes to mind.
Do I inherently know the name of my hammer?
Yep.
Shit. It's not just a prison dimension like the Reaping Blade. It's in all likelihood the prison dimension. I hope Mystra can close that rift.
I'm not sure. I feel I'm mostly just a tool.
That's what this hammer is linked to?
Well, the Overseer did have it, and clearly the gauntlet was from there as well, so that does make sense.
I don't know that the gauntlet was from there.
I mean, it attached itself to the demon that walked from it, and opened it originally as well, with that strange energy that it hit the orb with. I almost disintegrated that orb during combat, but I didn't have a chance before I was overwhelmed.
I considered trying to use one of the guns on it.
Ah, yes. I also didn't know if it would explode us all.
The demon, maybe its origins are carcery, but it seemed to serve Thariston. So it might have an abyssal origin. Or at least the gauntlet does.
I'd assume they both don't like being locked up, so maybe that is what they have in common.
He called him his god. I think in the Dawn War, he served him.
And it makes sense. He wanted me to make more of those creatures.
Why not?
And before, they didn't have a divine ban. That's kind of what got them in trouble, creating all kinds of madness.
No divine ban, no paradigm ban. Gods had complete control over the mortal plane.
What would you two suggest we do? Would you like to make someone aware of their existence? Inform, I don't know, a herald maybe, or I don't know what can deal with a kind of threat like that.
I don't know who can
maybe
be trusted
all of
with
the
the
heralds.
knowledge.
Sorry, what'd you say, Baron?
I don't know who can be trusted with the knowledge. Who is and isn't part of the New Dawn at this point.
The longer that thing goes unchecked, the more time it has to strengthen its forces. And the more information it can gather. Right now it's in the dark with what little information we gave it.
Perhaps we can trust Bahamut? They told us about the Clockwork Tyrant originally. It's a good sign.
We are due an audience, are we not?
I suppose. But then again, everything we've learned about the Clockwork Tyrant led us to accidentally making it even worse.
It is true, what we can assume, the same Behemoth was the one that came up in Exodus and laid siege to it.
Surely.
And
the others wouldn't.
Direct attack.
It's probably the same one.
I would think so too.
Then perhaps alerting Bahamut would be the best course of action. Immediately, that is.
They might have other resources for us too, or able to contact more people to help us.
I think we can also trust the Church of the Raven Queen.
Unfortunately, I don't think the Asir Satrapy is capable of assisting in any sort of way. They have their own internal problems that we must deal with.
If anything, they're working together.
Well, we have no proof of that yet.
We kind of do.
I do wish you had those sun elves still and your reaping blade, but then we wouldn't be in this mess at all, would we?
Just wish I had a chance to actually talk to them. The one time I did, they didn't want to speak. I hope that with time, maybe we could have got through to them. I still don't know what side of this they're on. So difficult to say. And I would have had Masha too.
Arena, you have the details on your new armor, correct?
Yeah.
You also finish ritually casting Identify on the Keeper's Key at this stage. Not that I mean to interrupt you, so feel free to continue.
Is the image supposed to be with wings or something? Or
I had a version with little stubby wings, but for some reason I seem to have lost that, and I've only got the half-done version, so I will probably have to update it. But that version has the slightly brighter gold coloring I talked about.
And it has the awakened deeds, which is cool. Sweet. I'm excited to be able to use this. Also, made by the first artificer. That's interesting. We kind of already knew that.
That part was on there already. The only new bit is the
awakened
abilities.
Yeah, which gives me more AC and some cool flying action.
Ooh, I can update that in the code ability section on the actual item on your sheet. I'll do that in a second.
And then the Keeper's Key. Oof, looks cool. I'm assuming in that centerpiece is where the pictures are. Exalted now. Oh. It says the benefit is unstable and will not necessarily remain.
Is that our fault?
I don't know.
You would know from the Identify that it did not become exalted naturally. Someone basically... Some entity force gave it a load of its own power to force it to become exalted and effectively transferred a huge amount of power. So you know roughly when the Behemoth basically stopped being online, and that was roughly when the key started to glow, and then also someone started interrogating you and you lost kind of track of things with linear time. Then you kind of felt the presence of someone powerful nearby, etc. Time passed. Maybe an hour later, your friends came, and the Behemoth was coming back online. But you can kind of feel with Identify that there is a similarity to the feeling you had entering the Behemoth. Slight similarity in that key. The power loaned that is bleeding off slowly is power gifted from the core of the Behemoth.
They just dumped their entire energy grid into it.
Not energy grid. It's power, and it's not... It's more kind of... It's almost like a sliver of divinity kind of way. Like, it is an essence of something powerful and divine.
This will be really useful for towers.
It's sort of the only thing that really lives on now of that Behemoth, really. And it is slowly dying as it bleeds away.
Well, attuned to it, all the spell casts from the key get a +9 modifier and spells DC of 17. It's pretty sick. You have advantage on saving throws against traps, and it can cast a plethora of spells, a lot of which will be handy for towers, but could be handy for some other stuff. It's like pass wall, transport via doors, commune with tower.
And you may also use pass wall to create a space in a magical barrier. And you may also use Pass Wall, ignoring the normal abilities of Pass Wall to instead make a magical space to store items or retrieve items from. Item
so we
or
can,
person singular.
So you could store something in there. Nice.
Yeah, or someone.
Yeah,
Okay.
they took something out of it. They made it exalted so that they could get whatever was stored in there already out of it. So
whatever was in there, they have it, I guess. I don't think we do.
Maybe he was in there. Maybe he was inside the key.
And then it booted him to his normal plane, and then the gauntlet was already out, and then he used that to open a rift.
You would know that from the description it says there, the item, the space created is only as large as the item.
Yeah, harmless demiplane, safe from detection from for the duration.
I'm pretty sure
the space created is only as large as the item or person, so unless he was...
Okay, so it had to... Okay, so it couldn't have been him. It has to be...
It would have to be whatever that box was.
Whatever it is, it was roughly the dimensions of the hole that I saw. At least
maybe
in
a
terms
sword?
of greatest length, width, breadth. Could have been a sword.
Whatever is stored in there is effectively in its own very secure demiplane. It is undetectable to divination magic. It's suspended in time and basically immune to a lot of effects.
Just in case, though I don't think this is it. Do I think the hammer could have fit in that space from how big it was?
There was...
Maybe. It would have been maybe a bit long.
There was a sword of the Raven Queen, but that was just a theory that people had. Maybe this was...
And I thought it was supposed to be in the vault, not that it was anymore.
It was a theory of the researcher, and Miranda Dark clarified that, it's just a theory. There was no evidence of any such thing found. There's no such thing in the vault. And you saw the vault yourself. There's no such thing in there.
If there is such a sword, it could have been in there. Why would you need to put something in that box?
No.
To get something into a tower that a tower would not otherwise allow? Is there anything that a tower wouldn't allow?
Well, it doesn't let you bring in other dimensional things, usually.
But if you opened a bag of holding while in a tower, would that work?
I don't know. They don't let us bring them in.
Well, they don't let us bring them in because entering a tower with a bag of holding will destroy you. But
it will open a portal to the astral plane, would it not?
Is that a function of entering? Or if you're already in there, does it work? Not that a bag of holding was what would have been stored in there at the time, considering the dimensions.
It's its own bag of holding.
Bag of holding can hold lots of things. It can only hold one, but it holds it very securely.
It's a bag of smuggling.
Anyone who wants from that point, by the way, can either choose to roll Arcana or History. They'll get you two different things. History will get you rules about the tower and incidents. Arcana will get you what a bag will do if you take it into the tower, as far as you're aware.
Disadvantage.
We shall do different ones.
I mean, I'll do the one I can do, which is History. 13.
Okay.
Not bad with the disadvantage.
I'm proficient in both, but...
Ooh.
Hacks have been banned for a while, but you are aware that, because you are a aficionado of history with your archaeologists and all that, and blah blah, and the thing about Gearastrael and how much you've liked that, you are aware that they are not on the list of things that towers approve of, because it means that you can carry in a whole load of stuff and then it's not really in the spirit of carrying stuff in under your own steam. And that's largely been forgotten these days by the fact that, yeah, there's a whole mechanism that just happens to be in place that, yeah, it will actually detonate when you take it across the threshold. Which both the others instantly point out that when they do the plane shift, that will actually detonate any bag of holding or dimensional storage device, which is why the monster satchel that just eats things shuts down and then just doesn't go active until it leaves the tower. Technically, you could take a bag of holding in if you could somehow get it past that stage, but it would be considered cheating as far as Perrin is aware if you were noticed. So if the tower or the herald noticed, they would consider that cheating.
I mean, this is the key of cheating, so...
Yes.
This is like the hacks.
I will also point out now, before someone suggests it, you can store people in there. That means you can take a person into the tower and pull them out inside the tower. Yes, the tower analyzes how many people are going into the tower when you are in the room and it does the plane shift. That means that you can, in theory, have an extra person, and it would be difficulty for less people. However, if you did that, and the tower caught you, it would be considered, yeah, you're just completely cheating the system. And they would basically be like, instead of just, I'm going to fuck with your bag of holding and take all your gear, and then please try and complete the trial with no gear. Depends on the Tower Herald, really. That one, they would actually just be like, yeah, you just have to all die.
Idea. We put Garruscral in there. I'm just kidding.
I mean, that was probably Garruscral's plan.
It is if you're caught. So there is some subtlety there.
We put Rendry Tonk in there, and then we go inside, and when we go up there, then we release him. Like up in the Thunderbeast.
Yeah, here, go get your own energy, bud.
Yeah, you go touch the thing.
Like, I'm okay with
never
giving,
see him again.
I'm okay with giving Rendry Tonk an orb with some power siphon from the crystal, but I worry about just throwing Rendry Tonk into the crystal room. I feel like that ends with us dying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You do know that, like, Power Heralds are generally meant to keep a track and be like, oh yeah, you're totally worthy of a boon. So, like, a person showing up who is, like, 10 levels above you to help you out would be like, wait, what? Why? What? Because it would just throw everything out of alignment. So,
Curious.
Just a heads up. But yes, this key has potential to do a lot of weird shit. But also, anything you store in there is basically locked in time and is immune to divination, etc. Yes, you could also put someone who is dying in there or has recently died in there, and then they are also immune to the passage of time. It does have a very similar function to the cryo casket, if you choose to do it that way. It can be used for a number of things.
Let's put a bomb in there with 1 second left on the timer.
You could. As soon as you release it, however, you're going to get blown up, but it...
Exactly. If they steal it again, suck it.
And yes, it would also be able to make a hole in a wall of force.
From the pass wall? Or...
Pass wall. And it does say you may also use some purely magical barriers and walls created by spells of 5th level or lower, creating spaces in them at the GM's discretion. Such gaps are unaffected by the spell. It will also work on spells like Wall of Fire, stuff like that.
Let's go do a tower. And bring the cool key while it's still juiced up.
Have to be careful about some towers, but
it won't be running out super soon, but it is an unstable effect. And whatever the power in there is, it is a power that is somewhat vaguely sentient. It's a fraction of sentience. So it is whatever was left of the entity that seemed to be part of the Steel Behemoth. And its slice of divinity or essence or whatever you call it that makes powerful creatures or entities capable of being powerful. And it was transferred to the key to force it to jump. And midway through transferring back to the behemoth, it stopped. And it's not meant to be in the key. So it's just bleeding off.
What if we put like a bunny rabbit in it and pulled it out in the tower at the end? Would that make the tower bad if it was like a...
It would level up the bunny rabbit, potentially. No, it has to be sapient to gain level.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
You could put a baby in there and then put the baby out at the end. You could put Pietro out at the end.
You could put it...
Yeah, that's hacks.
This raises philosophical and definitely ethical questions about when is a baby sapient. So, skipping aside all of that, yes, there are plenty of hacks you can do with it.
Wow.
Here's something Perrin considers. When exactly does a tower check your marks?
Or leveling you up?
Yes. Is it one check to determine the difficulty of the tower and the marks you will receive at the end?
Make
I
a...
mean, I've got disadvantage, so this probably isn't going to work, but...
history or arcana or religion roll, depending on how you want to approach this. You'll get slightly different information.
We'll do...
It's very
history. This isn't going to work. 18.
18. Oh,
Gave them the best.
Current theory is probably at the beginning and at the end.
Balls. Okay, so you can't just take like a level 0 in the key and then just as the marking ceremony happens, just pull them out and be like, hey, be level 12, enjoy.
It's known it only grants you one level. Sorry.
That means someone's pulled that trick before, because otherwise you'd only know that it just gave you the level it's meant to. And I bet it was Gira Square who pulled the trick. It's always Gira Square. He's done all of it.
I don't know. Some of this is other people making weird shit. Like, this is the Cogdeer creations, too.
Well, someone had to do weird shit in the tower to get where they were 200 years ago, so...
Are you just like Gears Grail reincarnated?
I don't know that I am. But that's another theory.
Look, not everything
Who do
has
you think
to be
is?
one person's lineage and only the divine right of kings by blood. Just saying. Yeah, though.
Skith does have noble blood.
Yeah, he's becoming less interested in running shit as long as they're not abusing magic. He just doesn't want them. Now he's getting like a little bit enlightened, and he's just like, yeah, they're just really fucking using the magic poorly, and they're the house of magic. So, yeah.
You also finish your identify on the hammer, so you can learn all the hammer stuff now.
Hammer time.
Turn more robots into pennies.
Yeah, the hammer stuff looks cool.
It's straight
The
up
hammer
from the
graphic
prison
is
realm.
cool. So it's like already awakened too. No.
It actually awakened the moment that thing stepped through. It was dormant. A lot of things have awakened in a very short period of time.
It wasn't letting Perrin like use its full capability though for a little bit.
During the moment when he was mind controlled, yeah, it was deliberately basically being a normal hammer repeatedly.
Which is
He
interesting.
didn't seem that interested in it, even though they seem like they're from the same place.
I don't know if there's, yeah.
And he was obviously got the gauntlet back. But he wasn't like, I'll be having my gauntlet and my hammer back now. So
The question is, what is this hammer's purpose?
Yeah, identify doesn't go that far, sadly.
I know.
You do have other things.
Yeah, I think we need to do the lore on it.
Everyone always wants to explode my brain.
I know. But this,
That's so
we
much
have
fun.
the name of the item. And we have, like, he literally has it. He could hand it to you and you could hold it. Well, you wouldn't be able to lift it. You could touch it.
Yeah, I want to point out that as soon as, like, Perrin actually hands Arena the hammer to do the identify on, he has to kind of put it on the ground. And Arena kind of goes over and is like, Arena, not only with your strength, but that it literally is like you're trying to move a building. Like, it's not like you're knocking it or rocking it or there is any movement. There is no movement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's literally a solid part of the terrain in, like, a 3D world, like in a game. It's not a tool. It is not a tool like anything physically real you're used to. It is like a solid object. It's like in GTA hitting a lamppost. Just bang! Why is that lamppost so solid? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like just
that weighs currently.
Ground.
I think it's 2 tons currently.
I want to try to pick it up.
I have non-existent strength, so
you literally cannot. You can't even roll it. It's 2 tons when you try. Skiff, for some reason, and Arena both do not fulfill the requirements.
Yeah, what are the requirements? What's its purpose?
Oh.
As they're discussing it, Perrin will say, I think I know who the hammer serves.
Who is that?
When I fought the Overseer, I tried to get some information out of him. Just, verbal jabs, hoping to be jabbed back, see if anything was revealed. That's how I knew he served the New Dawn. He gloated about the state of my arm. He named Erithus. But he called me a failed jailer. It seemed to be particularly important to him, the fact that I had failed in my task to keep an entity imprisoned, even though it was the entity that I think he knew he served. I think he had a connection that way. I think he also, I suppose, was a jailer. Even if the being he was jailing was on his side, I don't understand how this all fits together, and I worry how little we understand.
I don't think they knew what was going to happen. I think they thought what they were doing was for a different purpose, for the New Dawn.
Apparently so.
But I think they were just taking orders from the Overseer, who was the one that that creature got to.
I think that while he served the New Dawn, he also had a connection to this hammer and what it represents, and that's why he taunted me like he did. It's a weirdly specific thing to say, failed jailer.
Maybe it's time to try that sending stone you've been so scared of using.
I don't know about that, but I think this is another piece of the greater puzzle, Carcery, and the fact that there's so many imprisoned beings, that this all is from the Dawn War. I think this hammer and maybe other things that we're dealing with here are to do with Torok. I don't know how much I have it.
There have been a lot of patterns of Torok being involved, so
I don't know the half of it, and I think we need to look into it more, but something happened with Torog that may have sparked the Dawn War. If I remember what little we learned rightly, we need to look into it if we ever get out of here. By the way, it seems like this hammer agrees with what I'm doing. I don't know if that's good or bad. so far most of the things I've been doing have not been that good. So be nice to do some maintaining of prisons or imprisoning for a change instead of just breaking more evil entities out of them.
And all bed down. You're taking shifts. You roll really well in your survival, so you are not disturbed. And in the night, each of you are visited. I think each of you are well deserving of a visitation by certain deities.
Oh.
Not least because, one, Skith has certain things. Two, Heron made a promise? Pact? Agreement?
I feel like,
and then
the girls that
has
want to
a
talk to me
reckoning.
might have to form a queue.
Yes. And then
Will we
Arena
do
now
these?
has two things have just jumped in power related to the Raven Queen and her group. So someone will probably come a-calling. So weirdly all at once, there will be a night of visitations. I guess that's
Will
what
that
we'll do
be
in the next episode.
for next episode? Nice. The
Visitations.
visitations. I love it. That'll be cool.
Visitations and vexations. Ooh. Anyway.
Vexations.
Oh, there's always vexations.
I feel like I've got a bone to pick with Erithis here.
Yeah. So, with that, we will wrap up here. Again, thank you very much for sticking with us and escaping from a long and bloody battle in the Steel Behemoth. Thank you to the Thunder Carriage for supporting today's episode and making it possible to pay the majority of our cast cost. And Roll20 for sponsoring today's episode and allowing us to do such funky things as cameras. FYI, they're just directional lines of sight. And then I just gave people permission to control the character, which is the camera character. It literally has no stats.
That's why it let me click on it, and I moved it a little on accident.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I was like,
I could have locked all the tokens, but by the end I was just like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. So, let's go through everyone, starting with the person with the most awesome vestiges. So, with an awakened and an exalted, let's start with Maggie. Maggie, who are you? What do you do when we find you?
Hey guys, you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places at Margaret Crone, and I do a lot of things in the internets, so you can follow me there. And I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I'm working on the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find on DriveThruRPG. That's me. This is fun. I'm glad we survived. And we're not.
we went out the butthole
demon
like
people.
Aaron planned.
We did go out the butthole.
Yeah.
Right. So we technically have a tie now because we've got an awakened and an awakened. So which is more awesome, the hammer or the cloak?
The cloak's been awakened longer. Might get seniority.
Is it more awesome?
I think mine's more awesome, but it's a little biased.
Okay, so I think that, Maggie is the arbiter here since she isn't like the one handling either of the items. So Maggie, which do you think is more awesome, the cloak or the
To
hammer?
be fair, the key is kind of all of ours, but I guess it is tied to my character. I'll go with seniority of the cloak that we've had it the longest.
Seniority. So okay, the most senior, the cloak, the exploding mind cloak.
Definitely looks the coolest.
Yeah, Cobalt. Who are you? What are you doing when we find you?
What's up? I'm Cobalt Streak. I'm currently playing Binding of Isaac as I do. There's actually a really, really big mod coming out tomorrow called Fiend Folio Reheated, and it's going to add hundreds of new enemies, thousands of new floors, new characters, new items. It's basically like another DLC onto Isaac, and it's going to be sick. So I'm going to be alternating between runs of that, doing unlocks, and then runs of random runs on a base file. I'm also dabbling with Backpack Hero, which just hit Steam. It's a lot of fun. It's a really cool turn-based RPG where you like mix your items around in your backpack and try to make it the most efficient you can. And then I'm still finishing Final Fantasy VI. We're inching our way closer. And then our other Pathfinder game just ended. So we're on like a month hiatus while we figure out what's going on with that. So just normal streams on Tuesday and D&D on Thursdays now. Oh yeah, and I got Magic. I got a Magic game coming up with several awesome Magic people on Tuesday that will be announcing soon, and that's it. Come hang out.
Okay, and the least awesome. Bentham, who are you?
It's brand new. It's you know, it's got time to shine.
He keeps breaking his awesome stuff.
Well, I can't stab this into anything because it's a hammer, so maybe it'll
I'll be honest,
end.
that's totally why you've got a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, but the good news is
like
I've still got the crystal blade. Magic sword stabbing into ancient evils is still on the table. There's definitely still sword shattering possibilities ahead. But yeah, I'm Bentham. When I'm not accidentally unleashing ancient evils via stabbing, I've got a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel. They're called Manglepork for reasons, and then you might see me making videos about lore, or you might see me playing games on stream like Terra Invicta and other stuff like that. And otherwise, who knows? And I've got a Twitter. It's at Bentham Place. That's how you find out what I'm doing. It's me. The holder of all of the
You should see how many vestiges I've got left. I've got so many vestiges left. Got a few.
Ready for when I shatter some and need replacements.
Mate, you aren't getting another one after this. If you break this weapon, you're just having to walk around with your fists. I'm sorry. You ain't getting another one.
Become a punching paladin.
That said, got some ideas for another skiff one. No? Just saying. Anyway, so yeah, Enter Elysium, Twitch.tv/Elysium. There you go. Probably be doing D&D Pro at some point. I don't know. Might even play the Total War Warhammer 2 Boogaloo All the Realms thing. Yeah, because that's the thing.
Is that the one with the big demon lady now with the wings? Total Annihilation or Total War? I mean, I saw it on Twitter. Like Total War was tweeting out, "Look at our Blood Queen lady," and I'm like, "Oh, that's kind of cool."
Pretty much. There's a lot of demons that are big with wings. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just go and play the people who have really cool range stuff, and just stand in line and go pew pew. Sure, whatever. I'm gonna go do my thing with my people who go pew pew. Anyway, that's just me. Right. That's it. We're going to do a quick after show. And thank you very much for coming along. And, yeah.
See you next time.
Just be careful what gloves you put on.